All right, thanks for tuning in and watching me dance for a couple seconds there, everyone. My name is Josh with Joshi Howard, and you're watching the world's first Teamfight Manager Tournament. I'm pretty excited about this, and to join me, I just want to thank a couple people right now. We got K-Ted, the GOAT producer, showing off all the cool things we're going to be doing, and as we're going to be swiping over, we got my good buddy Sam Smacks High to help me out with all the action here today. How are you doing today, Smaxy Boo?
Good. Hi. It's
That's
me.
you.
I'm over here on the right. Yeah, I'm ready to cast some Teamfight Manager. This has never been done before by
It's
by
true.
me or by you,
Or
or
anyone.
maybe by anyone. Yeah. So we're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, I honestly, we the coolest thing to me is having played this only against bots and like one match up against like my friend who hadn't played with any of the new characters is like I've heard rumblings about combinations that I have never even tried before, and I wonder like what other people think is good in this game. You
Yeah.
know?
It's gonna be really fun. I haven't actually like played very consistently for a while, so I've missed out on some of the new champions as well. I'm gonna be leaning on you a little bit for that,
All
but
right.
I have beaten the game before, so I'm not a complete novice to this. I do know how everything works.
Yeah. So the first thing we got going on, because we do have, you can go ahead and show us what's going on there, Kate Ted, with like the player draft, because I'm kind of curious, because it's kind of an odd system. So if you've never like watched or played this game before, even this part is kind of new, right? So you see 12 players on the screen. They all have like stats and they all have champions that they're good at, right? So you are going to be picking 1 through 6 that you want, and the other person is also going to be picking 1 through 6 that they want. And it's like this weird, like, game theory draft where if I pick number one, but he's your number two, I'm gonna get him, but you're gonna get your number one. And so there's like
Mm.
a bunch of good characters here, like Love for Blue is pretty good. Piercing Spear, oh, Bado, Piercing Spear, Great Mage, and Spell of Blood, like they're all super nutty traits. So I expect
Well,
that's gonna be a couple people's first.
well, Orbital's thinking about it. Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, good call. Orbital taking Botto first. So, as you were mentioning, whoever has like their player as number one will get them. But if both of our players in this draft have the unit as number one, then it will just coin flip, and whoever gets it from there. So we'll see where Bato ends up. Based on this, it's looking like we're just getting Orbital's point of view. So
Yeah,
if he gets it, then there we go. But if Okami picks up on this, then we might not see Orbital actually have that guy.
we'll see. And there's been a couple like new changes, Smack, that I'm not sure if you've seen since like the game came out. In
Do
terms of
tell.
like stat or not stats, but like traits. Like Love for Blue is pretty big because
Okay.
it means that you just get a straight stat bonus if you're on blue side. Right, you just get like a
Oh,
+5. Oh no, Okami's gonna
there
be
it
the one who
is.
actually gets Bado. All right. So that's a pretty big one going through. And you see like Love for Blue is kind of like highlighted in those pink brackets. That means he's just like a +5 on everything. But the other big one, okay, so you know the condition thing with like the arrows that has existed in the game for forever? I
Yeah.
finally found what that does.
Really
Yeah, it increases your movement speed and your attack speed.
strange.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it does look like Orbital is going to be benefiting from that for more than half of his team, but Okami does not have anyone who is on the up and up, I suppose. What is that actually called? The arrows.
Condition.
Condition. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so the arrows, the higher your arrow is pointing, the more attack speed and movement speed you get. And it's kind of like representing like how you're doing on the day and like how fluid you're playing at the time. So the way that the pick ban works, this has changed a little bit because they added more characters. So both teams will ban 2 characters. Then blue side will pick one, red side will pick two, blue side will pick one, and then we're gonna ban again. Red side will ban one, blue side will ban one, red will pick one, blue will pick two, and then red will pick their last character.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I mean, it is. I feel like at that point it is still a little bit red favored, even after all of that. I found that in my games, once you got to 4v4, red was pretty nice because you got a duo, you got first pick in the second phase, and then you also got last pick, which was pretty nice.
Mhm.
So, but I do know that Orbital actually selected to be on blue side right away as we get into this one. Is it best of three?
Yeah, best
And
of three,
as you
best of
put it,
threes.
yes, it is a best of three of best of three. So we could be seeing 9 games.
True. So there's a lot of adaptations. I know. Okay, so the new characters since you played, have you seen like Shadowmancer and Ogre at all?
No, but I've heard rumblings that Ogre is very, very
Pretty good.
powerful.
Yeah. So yeah. So to answer Winter's Ward question, thank you everybody. I see that Uranus 2012, J2, and Winter's Ward have all recently followed. So thank you for joining. So all of the characters are unlocked. There are no items if you played this before. There's no way to train your characters between games. It's just straight draft them, go straight in, and there are strategies that you can tell them to use. So everything is just unlocked at their default values.
Okay, so no benefits of playing throughout the season or anything. You don't have numbers adjusted or anything. That's nice.
Correct.
I heard from Cubby that one of our personal favorite heroes in the monk actually got a nice adjustment where his heal is no longer just two people and it's just AoE.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
I haven't used Monk at all, like in my recent World Championship playthrough, just because I couldn't figure out like where to slot him in ever.
Yeah, I feel like you when his heal's AoE, it affects like everyone around him at that point. You probably want him into like a lot of frontline, like beefcakes, sort of that
Mhm.
sort of comp. So
Well, I
maybe you could fit him in with like three front lines and a pyro. Maybe that'd be good.
yeah, I mean, okay, so front lanes, like straight frontline compositions, got nerfed a little bit with the introduction of Lancer, one of the
Oh,
new characters. So Lancer is not quite as tanky as Knight or Shield Bearer, and doesn't do quite as much damage as like Berserker or some of the other melee champions. But what it
right.
does do is it just knocks all the melee champions away, right? So you
Okay.
just stop them from hitting. So it's really good at dealing with like these low damage front lines. You're just saying, no, get out of here. So okay, we do see the ogre coming through right now for I think Orbital's on the blue side, right? He's got
Yeah, so
Guga and
he's
Daylight.
he's
Okay,
Born
okay.
Losers. That is Orbital's team, and its 6 hour game time bonk is Okami. Orbital did just select Ogre. So tell us what Ogre does.
Okay, so Ogre is really interesting because Ogre is the major frontliner and super tanky, but they have a
Uh,
locked movement speed at 1. They are so slow, they don't move very quickly at all. So if they die and they reset, they might actually do like 0 damage rather consistently. But
okay.
if they get in, they hit you over the head and they like two-shot every character with their auto attacks. And the last thing they do is they don't have an ultimate, but every time they get hit with like an auto attack or a bit of damage that's not damage over time, you get +1 health permanently, even after respawn.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Well, it seems like Orbital is catching on to the fact that Lancer is very good against melees, as he has banned this away. So,
yeah,
just sound from what it sounds like, Lancer would have been a good pick into the Ogre, but
yeah.
Orbital did save that for his last pick of Phase One. No,
So
uh,
the thing that
yeah.
I'm going to be really curious about, the combo that I found was really strong, and I imagine Orbital and Okami are probably like watching right now and trying to get all the secret strats. If there's a Shadowmancer in the game, Ogre is stupid strong because what
Mm,
Shadowmancer does is whenever somebody dies, they don't reset and go back to their original spawn point. Shadowmancer saves where they died and then will respawn them at that location. So if Ogre doesn't
ooh,
have to walk across the entire map and either your team goes to their spawn or you go to the other team's spawn, Ogre suddenly doesn't have to move very far. It can just bonk people really hard.
that sounds very powerful. You can see that Orbital is considering picking up another mage. Just go over to the Shadowmancer, man. Nope.
Oh, he doesn't know. Okay.
He does not know. It did lock in the archer. So, what is that top hero again? The one that he picked first.
That Orbital has Poison Dart Hunter. You might hear me say PDH
Poison
a
dart.
lot.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seems like his only front line then is the ogre.
Yeah. So this is going to be interesting because the ogre is not actually going to be super effective at frontlining just because they're so slow,
Oh, my best
Uh-huh.
right?
character.
Like they are going to lag behind everybody else.
I don't even
And
know.
I'm kind of curious how this is going to work because to me, my initial thought is it might be, oh, I don't know if they know about strategy instruction.
Just
Well, okay, I
Okay,
do
they
know.
figured it
Okay,
out. They
there we
figured it
go.
out. Okay.
Good.
I
Yeah,
don't know how
strategy
much it does.
instruction
Like, I
very
know it matters
important.
a little, but like,
Ooh, so okay, using the ultimates separately, so not all at the same time. I guess this composition doesn't really have any
don't
ultimates
even
that you
put
want
any
to use in
instruction.
conjunction.
That's
Like the
literally.
archer and um the shrine maiden's ultimates do pretty similar things, so you don't really want to stack those on top of each other. And Ogre's doesn't even have one.
Right. But I'm also curious that he decided to do it late. So there's been like this constant thing that I've been trying to figure out is like, do I want to use ult early or late, all else
Mm.
equal? And if you think your opponent is going to do it early, I kind of like doing mine early too, just because it means that after you get the full wipe, I will get a full wipe afterwards.
Right.
Right, and then
There
you will be
are
desynced.
some ultimates in the game that just like directly counter others. So like
True.
using them at the same time is very nice. You can just see that the shield bearer ultimate just came in.
I mean, that's my
I feel
ultimate. You
like
still have your ult.
shield bearer ultimate is either really good or really bad against ogre
Yeah.
because he doesn't really move over to you, but he does stop attacking whoever he's hitting.
There you go.
God, this is so close.
It
Right
is.
now.
Shrine
Okay.
maiden ult's gonna be good.
Yeah. Oh, the devil. Oh, did you see that? Ogre's like one tapped priestess because they got
Yeah.
brought right on top of him.
Oh man. All
Devil.
right.
Are we going to overtime in our
Ogre.
very first game?
Like, yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be really close. We need one more bonk.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
oh
Okay.
wow.
Alright, that's kind of hype. That's good.
All right,
That
so
was kind of
they're
hype.
they're not. Oh yeah, they are swapping sides now. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, in games that are that close, I feel like the condition that you mentioned earlier with the arrows might actually be the difference maker.
Right? Like it's a super subtle thing. Like if you don't know that it does that, you don't play around it. But once you know, you can start being a little bit more aggressive. So like watching
Yeah,
that ogre just like get in because there was so much speed on Okami's side actually made it like way more effective than I was expecting it to be.
yeah, that's really interesting. I can't believe I didn't know. I wonder where that information is accessible in the game actually, because
Oh,
I
about
I
condition? It's not in the
yeah,
game. It's on some
really,
blog post that the Team Samoyed, the manager or the creators did, and it's
yeah.
only in
No,
Korean.
dude, I'm with you. I'm with you, man.
That's incredible. What? Wait, I guess it's not like as important as we're making it out to be at that point, but I don't know. It kind of feels like it might be at the same time. Oh, that's
Yeah,
that's really funny.
it is really funny. Okay, but now they swap. This is a mandated swap, right? You don't get a
Yeah.
pick like within a best of three. But on the next
I don't know
game,
what the
because
fuck
I
he
think
was doing.
Orbital is higher seed, it means that
It was
Okami
nuts,
Kenji
dude.
will get to pick if he wants to be blue or red to start things off.
Mhm.
So interesting. The ogre band coming through right away.
Yeah.
He's just
It did deal quite a bit of damage in that last one. As we get into the second one. So again, this is only the first set. There will be at least one more after this, depending on who
I
takes
would
it.
have to agree with you.
But yeah, so we're banning the priestess too. So
Um,
taking away some of the picks that their opponents did lock in. It's interesting. They're really changing the draft strategy as a whole. Yeah, Devil's out of
Wow.
there too.
Mm. Devil hard counters some characters.
Mhm.
Ogre's not one of them. Devil absolutely dunks on Vampire. So I wonder if
That's
this is them
it's
trying to
not,
open that up.
right?
yeah, we'll have to find out because I actually maybe I should have written down what the bans were for last game because I'm forgetting what all of them were. But we do see that at least three of them have been adapted. Okami
Oh, he's only
taking
got two
some,
seconds left.
yeah, coming down to the
Oh
wire.
god.
Okay,
It's
I yeah, okay, that was likely intended. As we do see that he
Oh
does have
really?
a lightning mage player, but it,
Yeah.
it went down to the wire there.
Yeah. I mean, in my World Championship playthrough, literally every single team was first picking Lightning Mage if it was up because it was just
Yeah,
that strong. And it didn't receive that many patches either during my playthrough, so I'm pretty sure the champion is just really good.
that makes sense. I mean, Okami seems to think so too. I don't.
Okay.
That must have been one of the bans from last game. Because okay. So thinking about locking in this vampire, this is already a.
Yeah.
If he does lock this in, this is a double assassin composition right
Yeah.
away.
I've heard rumblings that clown plus ninja is really strong, but I have not played it personally. Do you know what clown
So
does?
I don't. I know what ninja does, but
Okay.
I don't know what clown does.
So clown doesn't have an ultimate, but every 3
Okay.
seconds you will mark the person with the lowest, I think it's maximum HP on the other side, and
Just
when they take
percentage.
lowest
Oh no
maximum
no. No.
HP, yeah,
I
just
see. I see.
whoever that is, and then
Right.
when that person takes damage, clown jumps to them, like blinks to them, and stuns them.
Ah. Okay. So you have to okay, so you would have to pair it with something like an assassin then. Because if you don't, then that will never actually happen. Unless you have like a some other backline access with your range.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is true.
So
But most of that
theoretically,
comes from ultimates though, doesn't it? Because your ranged attackers are going to be hitting the front line most of all.
typically, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could
Wish I
not
knew
figure out
what
how to make
everyone
clown work,
did.
but I know at
Like,
least one person that I've talked to. I don't want to dox their strategies because I don't know if they're like planning to use it in the
Okay,
tournament.
okay. But they are in the tournament.
They are in the tournament. I've talked to a couple
Very
players about like
nice.
things that they like. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure you can imagine some of the players that I've talked to a bit more than
Sure,
others.
yeah. We do have some fun games going on. I believe all the round of 16 is going on at the same time. Are we planning on bouncing around at all for anything?
Um, maybe we might be able to jump. I think we'll probably watch an entire thing, and then
Yeah.
after like this best of 3 finishes, we'll just go into one that's already completed or that hasn't yet finished.
Yeah,
And then if it makes sense, we can jump into there. So we'll see how it goes.
that makes sense. Okay, KTAD does not like that idea, so we will not be doing that. Apologies. Apologies to the producer. He is upset at me. Uh, uh, little piece of advice for any aspiring casters out there: you don't want your producers to be mad at you because they do have the mute button at all times.
Can confirm. Can confirm. Oh, we never set up the stakes for this series,
Oh,
Smacks.
yeah. So go ahead. I don't actually know what the stakes
Okay,
are.
okay, okay. So there were originally, if everybody that signed up was participating, we'd be looking at about like 25 players, which is actually more than I was kind of
I
expecting.
just turned it
But
on
we ended up
to edit a
getting
review, but
16 players in the final bracket, and 4 of them ended up not showing up. So we actually have like 12 participants. But Fabulous and CBT both didn't show up. And the winner of Orbital versus Okami Kenji would normally play the winner of Fabulous versus CBT. But because Fabulous and CBT aren't here, the winner of this goes straight to semis.
That's hysterical. Wow. Well, there you have it, I guess. le- so what do you get if you win, Josh? The whole
Well,
thing.
that's a good question. So, I got a small prize pool that I'll be paying out to people. There's $50 on the line. It's big money. $25 to
Nice.
first place, 15 to second, and $15. Or no,
yeah, I think it's
25,
10, I
15, and
believe.
then $10 to
whatever.
third.
Fuck it.
Very nice.
Mhm.
Well, we are in on the second match, and
We are.
yeah, as you can see right now, the game is going on.
This one.
Wow.
This
Okay.
one.
So Vampire, you've played with Vampire before, yeah?
I have, yeah. So it kind of just has this phylactery that it goes back to
He's looking
and
like a
heals
Yeah.
up.
super
Yeah,
play on
Good
TF.
word.
yeah. I play D&D.
Oh my
Oh, okay. This is not close at all. Um,
Yeah, no, not even close.
I'm getting a little tripped up because of the
my
red color.
God.
This has never been something that I've experienced before, where the red color is actually the blue team.
Oh, yeah.
That did a lot
But
though.
I was really confused for a second. I was like, wow, all the red team is just crushing them, but blue is winning. But that is why.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
All right. So hold on. Okay, we are getting
This one
some
was really
results to
close.
come
This
through
one was like, what
already. It
the
looks
Oh
like
wow. Okay.
Firescope won his first best of three. Remember, it's a best of three. Oh my god. Okay. Firescope destroyed Cubby.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cubby. You know what? I won't
Wow.
make fun of Cubby yet. If he gets destroyed again, then I'm gonna make fun of him a lot. But until that happens, I'll hold off. I'll hold off. I want to make sure that it's a really big and memorable moment of me just dunking on Cubby.
All right, hold on. So you can go ahead and talk about this real quick. I'm going to update our bracket so that people can pay attention. I will also go ahead and put a link to this in Twitch chat really quick, but
All right.
okay.
The Plague Doctor comps were unreal.
Oh, true. Is that what Cubby's saying?
Yeah, he's typing in the chat. Cubby, don't give up yet. You still got so much to live for. There's $50 on the line.
Oh, wait, what?
All right, and then the other one that we got is Supreme 2020 beat THX for Fish, which is Flaxton. So, wow.
I
Okay.
see. All right, so yeah, we're results pouring in. Does it ever turn into best of 5, Joshi?
It will at top four, so semifinals and finals are gonna be best of 5.
Gotcha. So best of 5 of best of 3s is what it is, I assume.
Okay, where's Ogre?
Yeah,
Or is it
best of 5 of best of 3s. Yeah.
got it? Okay. Yeah, we're at 1-1 now. So would you say that the vampire was like the big part of that last comp, or was it really just the lightning mage? Orbital seems to think it was lightning mage.
I thought it was Lightning Mage personally. Like the vampire took a long time to actually get all 13 of their autos off in order to start getting the.
minion. Cubby in the Twitch
All
chat
right,
talking
so
about comps. I'm like, we're just
PCD
like,
Peter
gosh,
Dunn
we don't
is
even have comps in
and
mind. We're
his
just like,
opponent
let's
Action James are reporting
yeah.
that Peter Dunn won.
Cause like there's some like when we're comfortable with what we know, okay, yeah, there's comps, but like now, yeah, for sure.
Okay, all right, I can come back in. So we got 1-1, and I am noticing some some trends in the Ogre and Lightning Mage bands.
Yeah, definitely some reactionary bands. The Dual Blader was also on Okami's last composition, Dual Blader and Lightning Mage, so both of those gone now. But does leave open the Priestess, which Okami seemed to favor in the first match. So first pick Swordsman. This takes me back to the very beginning of the game, where first pick Swordsman was the meta. Is that still something that you would find possible in your games?
In my games, no, right? Like Swordsman just gets like he's fast, but the fact that his like ability when you charge it up reduces somebody's defense makes him really good against frontliners like Knight and Shield Bearer. But against like full range comps, Swordsman actually just dies too quickly in my games.
Right. Seems like Okami is drafting some range too. The priestess doesn't do any damage herself, but you can see that there's still some more time left. You know, it was always my favorite thing when the patch would happen and then priestess would get an attack buff. I was like, that is just such an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Why are you buffing this? Although it does affect the heal itself, is still just very funny.
Yeah. there, there's a lot of funny things that happen in this game because there's just like weird combos that
Yeah.
always pop up that you don't really expect. I I am curious on knowing more, but I also don't want to like dox players' strategies because this game is entirely like draft differences, right?
Yes. Yeah. You can't really play the game, the fight rather, out yourself at all. You
Yeah,
can you can give some vague orders, but at
yeah.
the end of the day, it is just your players getting in there.
I I see PCD, one of our players, DV9er. Doesn't attack buff on Priestess, buff healing. I think it does.
Yeah, it does, but it is just funny.
Yeah.
Because the game always starts off when you're doing like the campaign, and it's like Priestess just got an attack buff of 4. You're like, well, Priestess doesn't attack, and it's not really clear when you're playing that that does anything. So
Yeah.
it's like, well, I'm still not gonna pick this, but but it does do that.
True.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So look at that. They didn't actually go for a clown last pick as a counter.
Oh, okay.
I don't
All right. Now we
see.
talked about this a little bit. This is kind of a low damage composition.
Yeah. So Lancer, another frontliner. So they do have Priestess, but you were saying that Clown really needs somebody to have access to that backline unit that is going to get marked. I don't really see anything that jumps out to me as damage at all, let alone that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not convinced that this clown is great, but I also haven't played with it a lot, so I don't know. It looks like okay, maybe it's not maximum HP, it's just current HP because you're noticing that it keeps jumping to the knight.
Right. Well, I'm also noticing that it keeps on dying. We are
Yeah.
seeing a slightly one-sided match thus far. And yeah, I do see what you're getting at, where the clown ninja would make sense because then they would be teleporting to the back line a lot, but the mark that we're seeing is not really being utilized all that much. And it does look like it is current HP as it did just shift over tonight.
Yeah.
Or
So
swordsman rather.
I really like the Lancer like as a unit in general, but I'm just not convinced that this was the composition for it.
Well, it does seem that they are winning, and it you know what? We're just gonna have to eat our words on that because Okami did just
Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, that's
I
a surprise.
I kind of got lost on what just occurred with that, but yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
assumed that that
it
the
was
club was
very
gonna lose.
one-sided. You know, the Priestess ultimate was really clutch.
Yeah.
Because in compositions where you're not dealing a lot of damage, if you can make sure that your opponents aren't dealing damage either, then that's not really a problem. So, good on Okami. He won the first best of 3.
All right. There you go.
Reverse
Okay.
sweep.
There you go. Okay. So what do we got here? Fofo looking pretty good. Great mage, clutch hitter, and piercing spear. You know, 2 of those are really freaking good. And clutch hitter is always good if you go to a game 3 like we just saw. So I'm curious what they're actually going to be picking here.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the entire player roster does get shifted around. You can see that all of these players are at neutral condition. I
Yeah.
don't actually remember if that was the case for the previous one.
I
Do
think
you
it
remember?
was. I think they
It
were
was?
all neutral, and the only reason why anybody went up was because somebody had the life of the party trait. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so it's a scaling trait to have. That's what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
I
Very
think it
interesting.
just like ups your condition by one tick or one slot,
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it.
yeah.
I feel like one of
Man,
ours
if
is
there are,
definitely contested.
it's crazy to me that there are
Yeah,
entire
like
traits dedicated to this, and you can't actually find out what that does within the game. You have to go to the Korean subreddit.
You can't go
Ah,
below
that's so
neutral in
funny.
multiplayer, it looks like, says DTS mid. I believe that, honestly.
I was getting worried. I was like, oh shit.
Because there's
Oh yeah, are there any
no.
traits that make you? There are, right? There are traits that make you go under.
Well, do they make you go under? Do they cap you? Because I know, like, pessimistic, the opposite of optimistic, prevents you from ever going above neutral.
Hmm.
But you don't have like the talk with your players, and they're like, "Oh, I really wish they had banned vampire," and you're like, "Well, that's too bad."
Yeah, I actually was pretty excited to see people like Peter Dunn shit talk their players. So that is a bummer that we don't get that.
I don't
Yeah.
want those. I
All
don't
right.
want
Yeah.
those,
The
guys.
life of the party is the big one that raises
Anticlimactic
everything
is
by
the
1, but I don't know if there's
worst.
anything that makes them go below. Oh, okay. So interesting. What is relief pitcher? Right. So relief pitcher is
Oh
interesting because
yeah.
they need to sit out
I
at
guess.
least 1 game before they come in.
The stats here look pretty shitty though, as that is an 11 on defense. But maybe
True.
is that just because the relief pitcher is activating poorly right now? Is that why? Because it does look
Maybe
notably lower than
No,
everyone
okay,
else.
fuck
it is notably lower. I wonder if it's because
that.
it needs to sit one out still.
I'm just looking at
Yeah,
numbers
that
and
might be it.
That would be my
trades, and
guess.
it's yeah. You guys have
I
some
actually have a
proof.
question for you, Smax. When you were playing your games against the
Mhm.
bots, how often did you utilize your substitutes? And what would
Um,
cause you to switch?
Rarely, if ever, did I do that. But because I it wasn't because I didn't see the value within a series to
Wait,
do it. It's because I wanted the
you don't
bonuses
want
by the
that guy?
end, where you get more
Like most
money.
kills, most assists.
Yeah, because if you're
Hmm.
subbing
You
out
don't
your
like that guy?
players, then they just by nature are getting less kills because they're not playing in all the matches. So I wanted to get
Hmm.
all the money bonuses by the end. But it's not because the substitutions are less valuable, which probably just makes the
Literally,
meta
I've
for
never played
this
Lewis.
even more interesting because you
I've never
do
played.
more
Yeah.
I don't know what
realistically,
the
in
fuck
my
is
eyes, have
stupid that
access
it
to
just
all of your
would not
players.
die.
I think part of it for me was I would typically have like a carry, like a very
Yeah.
clear like carry player that would be playing like my pyro, my lightning mage, my
Mhm.
sniper, my gambler, stuff like that,
Combined with a
to just do
healer.
damage, and
That's
they would
dude.
always stay
That's
in. But
gross.
then I would
Mhm.
have, I felt like there were very clear champions that you could safely first pick as red that you could not safely first pick as
Oh my
blue,
Mhm.
right? Like in
god.
my games,
Literally
Necromancer was
negative
really
damage.
good on red side, but not particularly good on
Oh.
blue side. So I would do
Necromancer.
that, but I would never substitute out my like my
What?
top kill players so I could go for those things.
Don't
Yeah,
like that guy.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't like half of
I
these guys.
was not very thorough on getting like specific carry champions on every
Oh, you have
like this
Necro
is my
again?
carry player. Usually it was a little bit more scattered. I was a little bit more haphazard with what
Mhm.
types of characters
I don't want
my
I
players
don't
were
want to see
playing.
that.
Well, when you were playing like the campaign, could you like target what
Fucking Lee
kind of
Sin.
champions they learned?
I
Oh,
actually
right.
don't think you could. I
This is
played
he
like
just
on the
got the ball
first
port.
patch. That's when
Yeah,
I beat the
okay,
game.
okay.
Was the very first one.
So they added that in
It's
actually.
just
Like when you're
Yeah.
trying
it's
to
just
like
balls,
get new
man.
champions for them to learn, you can target like what class, and then later
Mhm.
on it takes a bunch of money, but you can also get them to learn entirely new champions, right? If you didn't want them
Ah,
to know this champion, you could switch it out for a different class at
This is
within a class.
yeah. I I did play a little bit on the patch that introduced that with Cubby.
Hmm.
We had like our joint one that we stream sometimes. And we experienced some of the new champions, we experienced the new things. Like for my game as well, when I did the full campaign, we didn't have the instructions you could provide to your players in the
True.
middle of like right before the game, where you could
Yeah.
tell them to ult late or ult early.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say something here, and I'm
Very
gonna
bare
try and
bones.
like limit the things that I want to get players to do, but Vampire is a
for
really cool
sure. We're
character,
gonna
but he's
go
got
all
some
the way.
very
Cause
clear
we have to win this. If
champion
I lose this one,
weaknesses,
we're
right?
going
It
everywhere.
really struggles against Devil because Devil swaps places with
Yeah.
not like where Vampire is, but it swaps it with the coffin, the phylactery, right? So
Ah,
if it just brings it right into the middle of the fight, and then it's just going to die there.
right.
But the other one that I've noticed Vampire really struggles against is PDH, Poison Dart Hunter, because while it's healing, if it's still being poisoned, it just takes forever to heal and doesn't really get
Oh,
to participate.
Oh, it's
that
my
makes
fault.
sense.
Oh,
Yeah, it definitely seems like it is the assassin that is not meant to play against other assassins.
Yeah.
Just poison dart hunter. I assume it qualifies as like a ranger or a marksman rather.
Which one? Well, that is happening. Yeah, PDH is definitely a marksman, so it looks
Yeah.
like we're struggling a little bit. So now you have to look at us.
Hey guys. We'll hopefully have that back up and running. You
Yeah.
know what? This is a great time to show you all my purchase that I just got. Oh,
Oh,
never mind.
it's
Okay,
okay.
hi. I got some gummy bears or gummy worms
Oh,
from Meyer. It's like a huge bag of them.
that is a big bag. Are they
Uh,
like special gummy worms too? Because I haven't seen that brand before.
it's Black Forest. The Black Forest is actually really good. They're very
Okay.
juicy. It is 100% correct. It says it's real juicy.
Real
It is.
worms?
Well, it's not real worms. Does it say real worm? It doesn't say real
No,
worms.
I don't know. I
Beta.
can't read that.
But yeah, they're quite good. Because you'll get like, okay, so this is gonna make me look really really strange, but bear with me for a second. So if you'll notice, for Haribo,
All right, all right. We're talking about the meta of gummy snacks. Let's go.
these
Alright.
these don't stay good for as long.
Oh, okay, okay.
They don't have the same shelf life, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So like if you try them for like a while after they're good, then they're not going to be as juicy. But Black Forest are nice.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All
the
right.
game's actually going on. This is like the one piece of action we should probably be talking about.
We should. I mean, most of the gameplay happens in draft, to be fair, but
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
crucially, Vampire, yeah,
Not dying.
halfway through has already gotten
Oh,
their reset. Or they now have the all 13 attacks, so they have a permanent bleed. Oh
Oh.
no, but they're just getting
yeah,
annihilated.
that was a really well timed fighter ult,
That was really good.
and it hit
Uh-oh.
the coffin too.
Yeah, look
It
at
was
this. Like
very good.
this when vampire gets like jumped on,
Kills,
that's
dude.
the problem with vampires. Like sometimes you just pop off and you can do whatever you want, but sometimes this happens. You just
Oh,
get in the middle of a fight and it
the
might not
comeback!
matter. The turnaround. Oh my
Wow,
god.
On top there.
that was about as good as that comp could have gotten there for Orbital, I think, but
Mm,
just barely not enough by the end. Oh wow.
wow. That is absolutely brutal.
Oh, okay, okay. Look at this, Look at this, Joshi. So, his substitute player just jumped up 20 on both
20
stats.
stats.
Yeah, so that's what the relief pitcher is doing for
Yeah.
us. That explains it. It's a
All
lot of
right.
stats. You
We
gotta
are
sub him in.
We are also getting some results as well. It looks like Pathfinder, a player coming in from Korea, just took down OPTSM fan.
I wish you could
Ah,
choose like yourself.
Rip
All
Sean.
right,
The only thing I wish
unlucky.
is like choose when you like
You
use
know,
those
we didn't implement any import
because they're really
rules
important. And
for this.
sometimes they're so passive, and then sometimes they're like, why are you
True.
doing it on the opposite side of the board?
All right,
Yeah.
well there we go. We're starting to fill things out. Let me let these people know at Firescope at Pathfinder
Yeah.
if you want to start.
Right, sure. I don't want that. Oh, you want that guy.
Peter brings up a good point. This is an international tournament, and this is in fact the first Teamfight Manager Worlds right now.
True. Oh my god, it's not only the first tournament, it's Worlds? Holy
We're
moly,
covering
guys.
Teamfight Manager Worlds, yeah,
Wow. Okay.
in the Raw Family Discord server.
That's pretty cool.
Also, other fun thing that's happening. Tomorrow is Mazelle's birthday, so everyone
Oh.
be sure to wish Lennon a happy birthday tomorrow. A
All
fellow
right.
caster of ours.
Yeah, real LPL caster. Happy birthday, Lennon. I will try to remember that for tomorrow. But
I feel like it's pretty. The line is
He
pretty
made it
good.
easy for me to remember because we both were talking about that earlier, and we realized that our birthdays are 1 week apart.
Alright,
So
I'm
mine,
backing
Wow.
you, dude.
my birthday is in
This
8
is called.
days.
This is first
wow.
pick.
Yeah. Pretty neat.
Okay. All right. All right. Do you have any thoughts on the newest draft that we have? Notably, okay, he did put in
Ogre
the
first.
relief picture. He's on the red side.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
They have to swap
Yes.
sides. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Places.
So
Like,
ogre first pick. This is
interesting.
not Orbital playing
Oh,
the ogre though. So
it's true.
uh, are you reacting to the ghost demon? Because I feel like
Yeah.
this is
I'm
very
not.
interesting. The double assassin.
I'm not sure that these are the picks into ogre.
Yeah. So demon misplaces ogre, yes, but wouldn't that be a good thing for ogre?
It can be, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? If you take
Okay.
ogre
Oh,
out of
okay,
the fight,
okay. Oh,
then ogre is just like sad, right? Because it now has to walk across the entire thing. But if you put ogre in the middle of the fight, you've just made his day. I also don't think devil and ghost will ever kill ogre.
Yeah. But you know, they might kill Ice Mage. I do still like the Ice Mage into the double
yeah,
assassin.
I
If you
thought so.
can just CC lock a champion like Ghost,
Mhm.
then the scaling gets put to rest, and
Yeah.
the just like the Cassidon effect doesn't get to come online, which is
Yeah.
nice.
I just picked that
But
shit.
it can still be a little bit risky. It seems to me like something like Lancer might be a little bit more consistent into it, but then again, we could still end up seeing frontline just
Mhm.
like that for Orbital as he does lock in the Berserker.
Yeah. I'm a huge proponent of Poison Dart Hunter into almost all assassins, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
really good into vampire. It's really good into ghost. I'm not convinced that ninja is that good.
Okay.
So like PDH just does well enough there, but that does have some trouble against executioner in
Yeah.
particular. But like
No,
poison
I
dart
think
hunter, if you put the
it.
poison on like devil after it transforms, then it just really limits its ability to abuse the range. So I would really like poison dart hunter here.
See if that one's the choice. Executioner is still possible, but
It's still
that
possible.
would make 3 assassins. Yes.
Yeah. Ooh, Shadowmancer. Okay. Looks like Okami was listening to our discussion earlier a little bit.
Another mage.
Yeah, perhaps. And that is Dual Blader. Is that the third pick, or am I seeing this wrong?
For
I think
Okami
I fucked
on
this
the blue
one.
side,
Yes. Yeah.
that is
It's my
Lancer.
2P
Oh,
of
that's
kind of
Lancer. Right.
kind of
Okay.
Mhm.
bad.
So, okay. So we got Gunner.
Yeah, we're both
Ooh.
So another.
pretty interesting.
I don't know why I said another. This is the only back line for Orbital in this game.
Yeah. So Gunner is cool,
Yeah.
right? Because it fires while moving, so it can continuously kite. But as you're seeing, it's kind of slow. Also, every third auto attack is a stun or a slow,
I
and
see.
then its ultimate is like McCree's High Noon.
Ah. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
frontlining, dude.
You can see the ogre is
He's
still
fucking
up and
frontlining.
running though.
Yeah.
See if Gunner can
Oh.
actually kite this
Okay.
out.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay, this is actually this is about as good as
Wait,
I
what the
think it
fuck?
can get
What
for
just happened?
Orbital, right? Because look at how far Ogre is. As long as Devil doesn't bring it into the fight. Oh,
Oh.
see, it moved it away
Yeah.
again.
Wow. All right. Very convenient.
I think I just respawned.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's really
Yeah,
good.
Okay.
so Devil actually is working quite well
Whenever
against this
I
ogre.
die, I
For
tank the
this
shadow,
one,
but then I respawn
as you
on
said,
the
it
shadow
might just be
instead of
the
like
luck of the draw in that one, but
Oh,
AoE.
Ghost is so
Or I
close
hit
to
the
popping
default
off.
spawn.
yeah. See,
It's
that
so
is
close.
9 stacks. Not quite though.
Not quite.
Just a few
Okay.
untimely deaths by the end, but we do have our winner.
Yeah, we do. There we go. So Okami Kenji wins the first one 2-1 and then wins the second
Oh,
one
wait, we're actually
2-0,
I
meaning
forgot
that
you have to.
they
Oh,
have
that's
beaten
important to know. Actually, thank God.
Orbital, and also because of the way that the forfeits are working, are going to be moving directly into the semifinals with that win.
Yep. So a lot closer to that illustrious prize money that we mentioned earlier. Pretty exciting for Okami Kenji. Truly, it was very, very close, and
It was very
the
so close.
relocations of the ogre were working in his favor, but yeah, still took a little bit too long for the ghost. I've seen ghosts go like 30 stacks, 40 stacks in these games, and especially when it goes to the 4v4, you can get a lot of kills on that. So it was a lot closer than I think it was like a 5 kill gap by the end made it look.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, we've finished all of round one. So we have our top 8 is currently DTS versus Supreme, Firescope versus Pathfinder, Okami Kenji is directly into the semifinals against
Yeah.
CBT, and then PCD Vader versus Elusive Hunter is our last one. That's actually going to be the one that we're going to be jumping over to here in just a second. So let's go ahead, get them on the line. Yeah. All right. So that's we're going to jump to a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Swoosh.
Oh, swoosh! That's us. All right. Okay, so we got Evil Genius Civil War smacks.
Yeah, we do. Uh, we're really living evil right now. So,
We really are.
uh, for those of you who don't know, our friends that we're about to cover their best of series, one is going to be Peter Dunn, who is currently the head coach for the Evil Geniuses LCS team, and then we also have Cole, otherwise known as Hunter, who is the social media manager for the Evil Geniuses brand. So, yeah, we're living evil.
It's pretty crazy to me like what happens when you just like have actually random seeds because
Yeah.
I thought about trying to seed this before, but it's like I have no idea how good anybody actually is in this
There's no
game.
ranked ladder.
Not yet, anyway. So we got the evil intellectuals being played by Peter Dunn, and then Mistro appears to be the team name for Cole Elusive Hunter on what looks to be the blue side. So let's see. Is there anybody that's catching our eye right now in terms of first pick players? I
Well,
think
we
Ruler
have a
looks pretty
lot of
good.
ghost players, which I think is very funny.
We do. I hadn't noticed that.
Because when Ghost is released in the game, that's like the only thing that you could possibly want is to have a Ghost player because it's still 3v3 and it's very fun. But
Yeah, Ghost is very
but
good in low number of
yeah.
players.
Yeah, but we're watching from Hunter's perspective, otherwise known as Cole. We should probably just pick one to call him. I'm gonna stick with Cole because that's his
Yeah, I
Discord
like
name.
Cole.
Yeah, trying to hit ruler first of all. Lock
I
in the
expect that's going to be
players.
the one that they both want. It is a very
Hmm.
strong one.
The
Lucky
highest attack
also is
outside of Frozen.
yeah, Lucky is also very good in terms of stats, right? A 25 and a 20.
Oh,
And Mother Teresa. Oh, okay. One of them wanted ruler, the other one wanted Lucky, so that one makes sense.
mhm. Lots of overlap there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all
So
right.
let's see. Someday kind of sucks in this one. His
Yeah.
stats are okay, but he's got a fragile mentality, which I don't remember exactly what that does. Maybe he'll hover
Um,
over it for us.
I'm pretty sure it means that when your team is winning, you perform better, and when your team is losing, you perform worse.
Oh, true. Oh, and there's his VTuber. Let's go, Cole.
There he is. Oh, he has the lip bite emoji face that he had on before.
Oh,
Awesome.
real? Yeah, it's a pretty good shirt there. Okay. All right. So, in theory, I feel like Peter Dunn is one of the favorites to take the entire tournament, considering this whole drafting thing is, it's not his entire job,
It,
but it is part of his job description.
It is a large chunk of his job, yeah. It would have
Yeah.
been so funny if we actually got like Impact as one of the players or something.
Right?
I'm fairly certain that he is in the game. I don't know about the other players. I assume. Oh yeah, Sven Skaren is on the list.
Spent, yeah.
That's definitely the case. But I don't know how up to date. I don't know how up to date this game is. I don't know if Danny is on here yet. I don't know if he's made
Nah, not yet.
the Hall of Fame quite yet. It is his first split after all. Cut him some slack.
Okay. So it's interesting to me that Vampire and Devil are the bands coming out for
Hmm.
Peter Dunn, right? Like
I
Knight
wonder if
and
Peter did some scouting.
oh, maybe that would be helpful. Plague Doctor very good in combination with both Berserker and Cook in my
Uh-huh.
experience, because Cook basically heals you to full, and so you basically get a free Plague Doctor ultimate just off the bat.
Right.
And then of
Yeah,
course like
I
Berserker is just like really good with Plague Doctor because you get extra attack speed on top of your attack speed.
yeah, Berserker Plague Doctor is one of the classics for me in the playthroughs that I've experienced. And yeah, that'll happen right away. I wonder if Cole will go for another like a secondary carry with the Plague Doctor as well, because it does feel like that is just such a
Mhm.
strong facilitator that you can potentially do that.
I
Will
mean,
need
if
a counter to Ogre though.
yeah, I mean, I think Lancer is pretty good with that, but I also think that Cook is just really good like with both these characters, right? Because
Mhm.
Berserker wants to be sitting there. It's like Olaf, right? You want to be sitting at low HP to get the
Mhm.
most usage out of your attack speed. And Plague Doctor like lowers your HP, but Cook and or Priestess and or Shrine Maiden like heal you up, so you kind of sit at
Ooh,
about half HP a lot of the time. But there's the
got a
Cook going over
denial.
to, yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty clever for from Peter. And just touching on Peter's comp here a little bit more, it really does feel like Ogre into Berserker is Ogre favored in just that 1v1,
Mm,
because Berserker wants to be attacking you for a very long time, and that's just and he's very melee by nature as well, and that's just not something that you want to have against Ogre. You want to be kiting him out. So
mm,
I do fear a
okay.
little bit, but we do see that now that the priestess is locked in as a sort of backup to the cook, which has been denied. So you mentioned that that was pretty good, and then we do also have archer, which I feel like is a pretty serviceable uh form of damage for this ogre.
I do like the Archer quite a bit. It is worth noting that during the Archer Ultimate, each individual arrow gives Ogre 1 permanent HP. But the
Oh,
biggest thing about this that I'm noticing is there's double marksman with PDH and sniper coming in for the evil intellectuals, and the Plague Doctor and Berserker are going to take so long to punch through Ogre that the double marksman might just get a free hit this entire time.
oh man, and plague doctor just running immediately into the mouth of the lion.
Yeah. Oh God.
Uh, Yeah, Ogre seems to be doing quite well. It
Okay.
does finally
Okay.
go down, but the early ultimates from Cole seem to be putting in a lot
The
of work.
desync. Oh, but it's not
All
enough.
right.
The
No,
desync
the
stopped already.
the snowball just didn't have that same effect. Oh man, and that sniper ultimate was huge.
That is absolutely nuts. I think Peter Dunn might take this one rather cleanly just because
Yeah,
Berserker and Plague Doc are gonna keep on running into Ogre who's getting healed up, and there's just so much
so many
damage behind
heals.
it.
Yeah, you can see the power of Cook coming in just little by little over time, and by by the time that you even kill ogre, you're dying to the poison as well. So this is
Yeah,
pretty brutal.
that was rough. Look at the fact that Ogre took like 2,000 damage and 1,700 damage was healed up by Cook, and basically
Yeah,
nobody else needed it at all. So,
yeah,
whew, that was a one-sided draft. Peter looking pretty good.
definitely, definitely. Cole's gonna need to come with a stronger approach to taking out that combination in particular, which wasn't even initially selected by Peter either. He did. Um, I'm actually forgetting.
Alright. Well, they are currently both deafened and muted, K-Tad, so I'm not sure if they're talking
Yeah.
to each other. So, yeah, we have
Maybe they're on Skype.
opportunities at some point to like tune in to players, but it doesn't look like a lot of people are necessarily talking. It looks like DTS and Supreme are bantering, and I know Orbital and Okami were bantering earlier as well. So we might have some chance to hear what the players think, and we'll probably do an interview at some point. Is kind of my expectation,
Yeah.
especially as we get further along. Just be like, "Yo, you know what? How'd you feel about that match? Do you feel like you played well?"
We've got to interview the winner and everything, see their
For sure.
strategies, because
All
by
right.
the end, they should be open to discussing the strats. There's
Yeah.
nothing else on the line at that point.
Yeah. Okay. So PDH already coming through. I mean, he's kind of on a similar spot. I think that PDH and Lightning Mage are by default the two strongest characters on this patch.
Mm. It is all neutral, so I'm
Yeah.
inclined to agree based on what we've seen so far. You can see that Ghost and Lightning Mage are the choices for Cole. I mentioned before that there were a lot of Ghost players in the pool. Cole did end up with three of them. He is running
Yeah.
two on his main roster, so um, definitely one of those characters that he's looking at and will be first picked for him alongside Lightning Mage. But yeah, Poison Dart Hunter, seemingly very high priority in Peter's mind as he did just first pick it for the second game in a row.
I like it a lot. I'm not convinced that Ghost is good into Poison Dart Hunter because the way
Mm,
that Ghost works, right? You can't get no buffs from your team, but you also can't get any heals from the rest of
mm,
your team. So you get tagged by Poison Dart Hunter, all that damage is going through, and normally the counter that is healing, but you just can't heal this character, so it
Yeah.
dies a lot really quickly and is really reliant on chaining these kills and healing that way. So I like Peter's chances already in this one as well.
Gonna have to rely on the raw stats that Pioshik gets from picking Ghost.
Let's go, Pioshik.
It is a lot. There's 13 for both, so
Yeah.
not bad. Cook again is the R3, so uh, not not prioritized enough to be chosen the first phase or banned at all, but still a huge pick in this series overall. Seemed to have a really good impact in the first game as well. I
Okay, we're
wonder if
seeing.
Cole wants Berserker.
I have a feeling that Cole wants Berserker. I was just thinking to myself, I was like, what frontline is left that is
Yeah.
good? And I feel like he needs the damage, and Berserker plus Cook is just really strong, right? Because Cook heals
Mhm.
over time instead of like the flat heals, like Priestess or Shrine Maiden do. So I think there are 3 characters that are part of a really good combination already for Cole's side, but I'm just not sure that this Ghost is it.
And yeah, the ghost just immediately dying right there. That's not what you want to see, but does get that
And the
ability off.
taunt.
Ooh, yeah, still getting roped around. Yeah, your ghost just like swinging around like a pendulum is never what you want to do, and he still has no stacks. We're already a third of the way through. Oh
It's
man,
4 deaths. Okay, Berserker. Berserker. This is pretty good for Berserker, but it's just not. Doesn't have enough damage. Okay, now that they're healing up, right? Look at the fact that he's just like chilling with his
yeah,
HP.
not bad. The cook kept Berserker alive for a very long time, but I do hate to say it. I know that there's been a lot of talk about negativity, but Pioshik is in fact chain inting.
Pyoshik, what are you doing? Man, you
That's
just
his
know he's going to go
eighth death.
back. He's going to go back into the room and be like, "Yo, why did you pick me, Ghost?"
You can see that Cole's not very happy about it either, hovering the mouse over Ghost.
Mm,
And that is the first set. We
okay.
have another one coming your way, but 2-0 for Peter
Yeah.
after the shellacking that we saw. Poison Dart Hunter, pretty good.
Yeah. So we're not done just quite yet, but Uh, yeah, Poison Dart Hunter looked pretty good. I know Cubby is here in chat saying Poison Dart Hunter can be rough into Ghost if Ghost gets going, and that's true. I really agree with that. But I feel like Ghost needs support, right? I found
Mm,
a lot of success with Shield Bearer plus Ghost because while Shield Bearer's ult is going off, nobody can hit Ghost,
yeah,
so he just gets a
very
bunch
true.
of free autos off. Same thing with Vampire actually. They both really benefit from having a Shield Bearer on the team.
I actually quite enjoyed running Barrier Mage with it for similar
Interesting.
reasons, where you had the big walls up and then nothing
Yeah.
could go and attack the ghost as well.
I,
Um,
c- I can see that because that's not a buff that is applied to Ghost itself, and so it can go through.
it's
Even though
just on
you
the
don't get the
field.
shield.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that.
It was pretty
Hmm,
nice. I like Barrier Mage in general. That was sort of like my like I'm going to theorycraft something to work with Barrier Mage. This is my mission.
have you
So
played with Bard at all?
no, I don't think I have.
Okay,
Other
Bard's an
than on the
interesting
Rift.
character. Oh, true, true. Not quite the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bard alternates between speeding up your team's attack and then slowing down the enemy attack, but does no damage.
Ah.
But the ability is you put down this big circle that slows the enemy attack within that, and it's a pretty big slow. It's like a 50% slow, right? You actually just
Mhm.
like don't do a lot of attacks while you're in the circle, so it's really good into melees. But the ultimate, it goes da 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 like 4 times, and you get like 200% attack speed on all your characters until
Ooh.
he finishes the song. So
So you can kill him and interrupt it, is what I'm hearing.
you can, but it can be hard because the other team is just doing like 600% damage over the entire
Yeah.
period. So it's very entertaining. So I'm curious if we're gonna see any bard because I haven't seen any of it so far yet. Because and it's not obviously good.
That sounds like my kind of character. That sounds like the kind of character that I'd like to play as well. Like it's like the Kog'Maw taunt where you're running into the bot lane, you know, you're level 1, the enemies are level 1, you're just kind of handshaking it, and then you just gung galung 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 galung, like you're just taunting them. So, uh, definitely, Riot should be taking notes to see if I can play that on the Rift.
Yeah. You got to do your impression of Kog'Maw every single time.
Yeah, Cubby's out of the tournament, so uh, Cubby, do you have any comps you've been whipping up that involve Bard? I'd love to know. While we're waiting for him to answer, maybe.
Yeah, all right. So
Um,
we're getting into our second draft so far. And remember, that was a pretty dominant victory coming out from
yeah,
Peter Dunn and the Evil Intellectuals.
it's such a good name. Did we get any EG players? I don't think Wild Turtle's ever been on EG, and
Broken
everyone
Blade
else
has not
is,
been on EG.
yeah. And we got a lot of TSM players or ex TSM, Babip,
Hmm.
Wild Turtle, and Broken Blade.
Hmm.
So, if we had some TSM members, then maybe that'd be fun. But
Yeah.
no EG. I can't believe we dodged all of them.
They're really working to make sure they don't come through. So
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
actually curious when you do this, like when you do the player draft, because when I was doing it as just like a couple of for fun things with my friend, I only cared about the traits. I really didn't look
Hmm.
very heavily at the character mastery. But I also think that this might be a time like if you have a composition in mind and you can get like a 4 character squad where you just really want those 4 characters, this might be the time to do it, and you actually have more control
Yeah.
over it here than you might during like regular campaigns.
There are two very strong Lightning Mage players here. Both of them having double digit and first in slot. So
Yeah.
maybe that's something that we're looking for. Maybe that's something that Cole is looking for. As Loda, I believe, was his first pick.
Hmm.
As we have the flip.
Oh, and he gets Loda.
Yeah.
Peter going for Koala with clutch hitter and I can't anticlimax.
Mm.
So I think anticlimax buffs all of your stats at the beginning and then degrades it over time, if I remember correctly.
Ah. Okay. So that's
Then-
interesting. What I wonder if any of those characters that he's got are good for that. Maybe that just means that you ult early and try to get it over with at that point.
Yeah, okay. We do have another result coming through as a Pathfinder is going to be beating Firescope 2-0.
Right.
Double 2-0.
And
2-0,
that's in
2-0.
series score, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So pretty
Okay.
dominant victory there.
Yeah, 2-0, 2-0.
Straight to
Pathfinder
the
over
semis.
Firescope. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and for anybody who's watching and is like, wow, this game looks pretty entertaining, I would like to do this in the future. We are going to be trying to do more of these at some point. Don't know when the next one will be, but I'm already having a lot of fun just like watching other people
Yeah,
play.
this is really nice. Uh oh, and look at this. We actually have another, I believe, Life of the Party from Helper. So
Oh,
all the members of Peter's team do have that extra buff that we mentioned earlier. Very interesting.
and it is a good name too. When Helper is the life of the
Yeah,
party, he's the real life support.
pretty
So,
good. Pretty good.
okay.
I wonder if that's what Peter was prioritizing, or maybe this was a random. I don't quite remember
I don't remember.
what the order was for that player in particular. I wasn't keeping an eye on it.
All
So
right.
Poison Dart Hunter was a band, and so was Cook. So we are
Yeah.
getting those adaptations. Peter will have to find a different first pick.
Now we did see him first pick Poison Dart Hunter as both blue and red side. So,
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
got 8 seconds left. Decide what he wants. I would go Lightning Mage here personally, but he's just gonna go straight for the ogre.
Mm.
Okay.
So Shadowmancer, the combination that you mentioned earlier, is still available. But
Mhm.
this does leave open the Lightning Mage. And just like I was saying earlier, the first player that
Oh.
Cole went for was a Lightning Mage main. And it looks like he's going to be locking in double Mage mains, as Babip is going to be playing his signature Ice Mage.
Yeah, okay. I am liking this idea in theory, right? If you just have a lot of ranged characters that never get in range of ogre, you can just kill him, right? From a long way away. It is a pretty tanky, but if you just destroy it before it can ever come close. It's just, this slow plodding thing coming over. And I think the emphasis is now on Peter to prevent that strategy from happening.
Now, another strategy that I like is the Power Ranger strategy, where
Okay.
you lock in Lightning Mage, Ice Mage, and Pyromancer, and then
Oh.
any front line, usually Shield Bearer, and then you put that together.
Yeah, that would be
It's
pretty
quite
cool.
nice. You can also, if you want to, you can do
Oh,
the
there it
Magic
is.
Knight. There it is. He's got the Power Rangers. So if you want to go full Power Ranger, you can actually lock in Magic Knight, but usually Shield Bearer is a little bit better.
Yeah, that does make sense. I was thinking
There
about
it
that. I was like, who would
is.
be the other one? They're just going straight for Cole. You can't just copy what
You can't
Smash is
just
saying.
yoink my comp.
Okay. So
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
I really like the idea of, instead of Pyro personally, I really liked Sniper just because of how heavy the damage typically is coming out from that character, and it's like single target, and I think you can slow down the ogre enough that you just kill it. But now it's gone over to Peter, and so I'm curious how Wild Turtle is going to be playing this, because he's got some good damage. They just like Alpha Strike Shrine Maiden for a ton of damage.
Ogre has been
Holy
kited out.
crap!
I'm telling you, man, the Power Rangers, they're doing it. Now Priestess does still have the ultimate available. Not gonna use it to save the ogre quite yet. So we're still getting a full-on snowball. And oh wow, the Shield Maiden taunt was so well timed there too.
Yeah,
Still waiting
okay.
for the ultimate usage.
Look at how much HP Ogre is getting off of this. It will kill him, but he got a lot of HP, but I don't think it matters. It's too late in the fight. I think this Power Rangers comp is just going to dunk this one. But hold on, we still got time.
There
They're
is
not
still
killing
time.
him.
Priestess is still healing him. Okay. There's 8 seconds left. Can Ogre actually get in range to do this? I don't think so. Ice
Oh,
Mage
it's
is
so
draining him out a
close. He's
lot.
coming back.
It's happening.
Doesn't have enough time. There's
Oh,
not enough time. Oh,
wow.
no.
Very, very close. All right. Well, you know what? I guess I'm a draft god in league casting and teamfight manager casting, because I just fully predicted a composition in front of our eyes and it won. So go me.
Yeah, we are also getting another result coming through as Supreme does beat DTS 2-0. I don't know the set score or the individual game score, but we do have our third semifinalist. We have Supreme, Pathfinder, Okami Kenji, and then the winner of uh, PCD Vader versus Elusive Hunter coming through. So this is going to be it. This is really going to come down to the
Yeah.
wire. That was really close.
Yeah, of course, if Cole does win this set, then we do still have another best of 3 to play. Peter does still have the advantage at this point, but this series in particular is looking like it could go the distance at this point.
It is, yeah. The Power Ranger composition was quite good, but Lightning Mage is already banned away, and they cook for. I do honestly like this cook first pick because it's really
Mhm.
flexible at this point. Because I think it's a better healer than Priestess most of the time.
I see. It was banned in the last game, so Priestess was the interim cook. But yeah, it does feel like as soon as you do have a stable front line that deals damage, something like a Berserker perhaps, which can still be locked in, is just all you really need for this cook to pop off. So
Mhm.
I'm curious to see if we're going to be witnessing any more like really heavy assassin combinations. Because maybe that is an answer that you could go into the cook. Doesn't seem like it so far though, as Cold just locked in
Okay,
another backliner.
really heavy range coming from Peter. I'm against things like cook.
Oh yeah.
Executioner is like in theory supposed to be pretty good, but I actually just don't think Executioner typically kills Cook fast enough, even with like the healing reduction that it provides, because Cook heals itself over time, right? And it's
Mhm.
got like this really fast attack speed. So it will usually keep itself safe. And it looks like we're getting a
Oh
double
wow.
assassin not coming out from Peter, but coming out from Cole.
Yeah, very curious. So we have the Necromancer. So Peter is very committed to this backline composition, even once the Executioner and the Devil came through.
Mhm.
Uh, Swordsman as really the big beefcake in the front. I'm curious to see if he actually does have enough burst to stop this berserker. I feel like he's just gonna get focused down right away. Oh,
But he does a
he did get
lot of
one kill.
damage,
Yeah,
right?
still alive. Okay, he's still alive for quite a while.
Okay. Devil is looking kind of interesting. So I think this one's actually going to be pretty close between these
Yeah.
two because the big thing, there was a change from the original Necromancer to what it does now, where Necromancer, if you spawn a ghoul, it used to time out. But now, in
Mhm.
theory, you can have as many as you have cooldowns. Every time a cooldown comes through, you get a new ghoul instead of being limited to one. So this desync that's coming through is big, but the Ice Mage stuns everyone.
Oh my! This might go to overtime at this point. You can see the switcheroos are coming through. That's a really good
Oh,
pull on the Necromancer.
Devil's alive. Devil's
Yeah.
healing.
Oh. Okay. Cole,
Cole
he's in
pushes
the
to game
lead.
3.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to the
Okay.
third set. Well done for Cole. Yeah, so the assassins there just worked very well against the backline.
Yeah.
And that last pull in onto the necromancer from demon was really big too, just making sure that you could completely one shot that. That was really the only way that Peter was going to come back in that, but shut down right away. Well done for Cole.
Yeah. Okay. So what was it? I was a 2-0 Peter, 2-0 Cole, and now we're going to our game 3. I'm actually shocked at like how crazy one-sided all of this was.
Yeah, so it's just two 2-0s in a row. If this next one is a 2-0 again, then I don't even know.
Yeah.
We're so, s- so yeah, what that means is that both players have won on both sides of the draft, which is also really cool.
Yeah.
Here's
If you guys are
Patroclus. He's
watching
got some things to say.
yeah, they were asking if we were ready. I told them they could, but you know, when you are in the zone, you are good to go. You gotta see things come through. Okay.
Hi, Patroclus.
Hello, Patroclus. Are we gonna get to see Patroclus on stream at all?
Well, he's yelling at me right now, so
Uh-oh. Does he want some of your gummy worms?
I sure hope not. I don't think that would be great for his digestive system.
It's probably not great for ours either, but that's not gonna stop us.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Hi, Pat.
Okay.
You're trying to get me, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna need
Yeah.
to get him something. I don't know what he wants, but it's gonna be something.
Something.
One moment.
Toes. All right. Well.
Toes.
He meets himself after saying toes. All right. So first off, I want to thank everybody for watching. I don't normally get this many viewers for most of the things I do, so it's pretty exciting that off of this first Teamfight Manager tournament, we peaked at 42. We've been hovering around 30 for a while. So thank you everybody for coming in. I know we got a bunch of big name players that are participating. Like I know you're all here to see Supreme and Pathfinder go head to head just a moment, but in the meantime, we have to watch some Evil Geniuses gameplay. Okay. All right. So as we go through, I'm actually kind of curious. I didn't see all like how they drafted their individual players. So we are going to be seeing a little bit more coming through as a okay. Well, looks like we might be having a little bit of an issue. So it's going to be just me for a second. Oh, wait. Hold on.
What's up?
Okay. So there is a bit of a bug that I'm kind of Okay, so there's a bit of a bug that was going on that is a little bit of a known bug that I've had a couple of times in multiplayer matches where after the player draft, you get a gray screen where you would
Mhm.
normally be substituting in players. And that's what we saw on the screen right there with like the gray screen is what Cole was getting.
I see.
And you have a couple of options. One, if it's important to you that you have like your subs in, you can quit out, start over, do a new draft of players. But if it doesn't matter to you, you can just wait and just have your 4 players and go into the match. Okay, so it sounds like, yeah, so he just chose to wait it out. We're just going to be going right into the game. But if you just see that like gray screen come up and you're playing, and you're happy with the roster of players that you're going with, you can just wait the 60 seconds and it'll auto lock in your characters. Otherwise, you can quit out and do a new player draft. But that's how that works.
Thank you, tech support Joshi.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just gonna get right into it though. We're a little bit into the draft already, and I don't think that Poison Dart Hunter is going to see the light of day at all in the rest of
I
in the
can't
rest of
imagine.
this series. Maybe the rest of Peter's games at all, as we are sort of giving the winners of this set some scouting to the world. Okay, so Peter might be taking the Power Rangers comp. Does already have 2 pieces of it, and
Yeah.
Pyromancer not banned away.
Okay. That is true. I mean, there is kind of like a lore justification that you always have, and he did see how effective it was earlier, like not that long
Hmm.
ago. So the question will be what they do, because like both Lightning Mage and Pyromancer are pretty good into Necromancer specifically, right? Because he just adds an extra
Hmm.
thing to hit with your AoE.
See what Cole's thinking. Already has a target that
Okay.
wants to be healed up in the Berserker, but Cook and Priestess off the board does make that significantly harder. Like I was saying before, though, Monk is a possibility. You do still see that there are a few frontliners that are in here, um,
Hmm.
and Monk with a clumped up front line is pretty effective with that heal now that it is AOE and rather than just 2 targets.
Hmm. Okay. Well, we're coming down to the wire. It ends up going for Knight and Sniper coming through. So a
Ooh,
lot. Wow. Okay.
there's a devil.
Very, very different strategies coming in from these 2 players. My gut tells me that Peter's composition is better, but I feel like the Executioner is this big wild card.
Yeah. So Ice Mage is ideally very strong against the Berserker and other frontliners like that, where even while Berserker is ulting, it's not like Olaf where he's unstoppable during it. You can still freeze him.
Yeah.
So that might be something that comes into play. As
So
Cole
we
does take a pretty early lead.
we're getting a bit of a slideshow. So we're
Yeah.
we're going back
But
and
you
forth.
just
It
saw it
did
there.
yeah. You stunned him while he was going through. The Lightning Mage just stopped the Berserker ult from going through, and Berserker ult actually did nothing except give him a little bit of bonus health. But this game is super, super close.
Yeah. So stifling the Berserker out there might have just been enough to make Ice Mage worth it in this game, but the rest of the champions here for Peter are still struggling a little bit.
Oh,
It's
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 coming right
so
down.
so close.
2 kill
Oh man.
lead. There's not enough
Oh,
time. Oh,
oh,
I
it was
feel
so
separation.
close. Wow. Yeah, so
Bro.
again, you saw the value for Peter's Ice Mage there, but the the front line just was not all there for the rest of this composition where you did have Sniper and Lightning Mage. Very good units on their own, but combining them all together does sort of just overload on your back line without much of a front line to buffer them.
Yeah. Now this would be a pretty big upset in my mind, right?
Mhm.
Cole coming through and beating Coach Peter would surprise me, but again, it's part of why I couldn't do any seeding for this event, right?
Yeah.
Like, I literally have no idea how strong any of these players are coming through. So Cole, like, he's going with some less orthodox compositions, but they are working.
Mhm. Like, yeah, we could seed Peter at number 1 because it is literally his job to draft for a MOBA game. But that's not Teamfight Manager. That's League of
Yeah, it's not the
Legends.
same
So
MOBA. Yeah, there's some interesting things about like how you operate with your players because even if your player doesn't have one of the characters as one of his 4 characters that they
Mhm.
play, they still play them at like a baseline competency no matter what,
Right.
right?
And there are some traits that just work very well with certain characters, regardless of skill.
Yeah.
There is one where you you're kiting away. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but you're trying to like stay away from the action, and that's really good on champions like Sniper, where I have like a lot of range and want to stay in the
Yeah.
back line.
I think it's called distancing, is I think the trait that you're thinking of.
That
And that's
sounds like a synonym for what I'm thinking, so I
yeah.
believe you.
Okay. All right. So we get Knight is still available, but Shrine Maiden comes through. Really heavy
Wow.
focus on range once again for Peter. But the execution, I feel like, just disrupts like the front to back that he might be trying to go for. And Archer is normally pretty good in those more chaotic situations as a ranged character, but it was picked up by Cole. So this last pick is going to be really important for how they're looking to play. It might be another double assassin comp.
Ooh, okay, so taking a bit of a risk in the early game with the Ghost. And again, we're seeing that there is still Berserker into Ice Mage. So I'd say this is a little bit more risky than usual for a Ghost. And this Lancer pick I feel is quite nice for Peter too, because you have
I
the extra knockbacks. See how that comes into
do
play.
I do really like it. The Lancer could be really pivotal here. The double stuns, right? Lightning Mage
Oh,
and
that hook
Ice
was good.
Mage. Oh, that is a really big hook. Okay, Ghost actually already has 2 stacks coming through, and we're only a quarter of the way through this game.
Oh wow. Okay, so that was pretty like
Lightning Mage.
anti-synergistic where
Oh,
we
they
saw
did
the
it
hook come
again!
through.
It's the same thing!
Yep. Yep. Wow. Okay, so the mind games of casting the ultimates and everything seem to have gone in Peter's favor for both of these matches in the same interaction too with Ice Mage versus Berserker, but there are still some more seconds left in this one.
Oh, it's close, but
Ghost is scaling.
Ghost is scaling, but how much time do they have? Are they gonna get frozen up?
Oh, okay, Ghost
I think
died.
this is enough. 4 seconds they need to get 2 kills.
Oh, it's
That's it.
gotta be
That's
Peter.
it. Peter going
There it
game
is.
3. Game 3. Oh my, this is like Smash, dude.
Yeah, this is wild. Okay, so this is the last map of this entire best of threes. Lots of numbers there, but just know that this is the last thing.
Yeah. This is it. Everything comes down to this and unsurprising Poison Dart Hunter and
Yep.
Devil both banned away because they've been pivotal to both of these teams like draft strategies.
Yeah. I wonder if Peter wants to take away the Executioner here too, as it was pretty successful for Cole in the last 2 games.
And the Berserker has gotten stopped, right? The Lightning
Hmm.
Mage and the Ice Mage have proven really effective at stopping Berserker's
Yeah.
ult from going through. So if you can get those ults to go at the same time as your opponents, it's really big. But instead, Necro and Ogre are getting stopped. And honestly,
Insta
there aren't
cook.
a lot of the
Wow.
new characters that are getting picked. It's really just been Ogre and Cook so far that have been getting a lot of attention. But I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure Gambler is pretty good just in terms of like its raw damage output.
You gotta feel that with this cook lock-in, Peter is looking at the Berserker. So if you're Cole, you can either take Berserker yourself or maybe just go for the proactive Ice Mage lock, as he does already have Lightning too. It is gonna be that.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, this combo has been looking really strong so far throughout
Yeah.
the day. It's just the Lightning Mage plus the Ice Mage. I mean, you called it the Power Rangers coming through, but Cook plus Sniper, you could just outrange these guys. If you go for like Gambler and Archer, you just hit at a
Mm.
longer range than Ice Mage and Lightning Mage can hit back at. So it could be really dangerous for this composition. Peter Dunn might finally have some idea on how to deal with it.
I'm pretty surprised that Cole, even after watching those interactions, did still ban Berserker, still showing it that respect. As there are still a few more synergies that come through. Plague Doctor is still a possibility, but
Mhm.
uh, knowing the way that Peter's been drafting, it does appear that he has been shying away from the assassins and has been banning them out himself to take away the vampire just now. But we'll have to find some way to deal with the lightning and ice.
That's such a weird thing to say, right? Like, it sounds like you've played a lot with this combo. I have not gotten a lot of lightning and ice on the same compositions because usually I just pick up lightning as like this major DPS. Like, it's either
Mhm.
lightning or pyro that I kind of like slot into the same kind of spot. So, okay, Knight
Ooh,
comes through, and Executioner is here as well. We've seen Executioner do some big work in
yeah.
upsetting the front lines and back lines. So there's a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control for Cole's team right now.
Yeah, up until that last game that we just saw, Cole's been on a win streak, but even still, Cole picking this Executioner for a third game in a row.
Has Cole used the strategies at all?
I think so, but he definitely didn't decide to do it then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It made me think back. Is like, is there something? Oh, you freeze the cook, but look, even with the crowd
Oh,
control,
it's still alive.
she's still going. She's still eating.
Okay. Cook eventually went down, but 20 seconds of life for the Cook is really unprecedented there, especially with
Yeah.
all that aggression. Ooh, I'm worried that that Ice Mage ultimate didn't do a whole lot because of the backliners from Peter here. They were just a little bit out of range of actually taking a lot of
Okay.
damage. Peter
This is a
taking a
big
pretty
desync.
big lead. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Knight's in the front, but look, Cook. This is the thing why Cook is so good. It's just sitting in the
Mhm.
front, and it's just not dead. It's just
Look at
still it
that.
gets hooked in.
Still just all this food getting cooked up. Knight finally goes
Okay.
down. It's
Okay.
still
One
close.
kill.
They can't burst
Oh,
Cook.
they
Okay,
got
there it
Cook.
is.
They got. Oh.
Oh, Cole got
Oh.
it. The
At the very end.
Executioner.
Oh my
Oh,
god. Did you see how low Shield Bearer was?
it
We
was
were
so
so
close.
close to going to
Oh, that
overtime.
yeah, it almost went to overtime, but no. Oh man.
And
Well
Cole,
done, Cole.
the Evil Genius's social media manager, taking down the Evil Genius's coach to get into semifinals. What?
You know what? Cole is within the Evil Geniuses org, so maybe
Oh
we're going to be seeing an additional member of coaching staff brought to the LCS playoffs here. Very
yeah.
interesting.
Oh my god. Well, good games to Peter Dunn there. That was a super close series, and like honestly, like if the player draft had gone differently, that might have been enough because two of those games were within one kill in the last couple of seconds. So
Yeah.
I'm I'm still just so shocked that like Cole's drafts, they're not anything like what I would do ever, and he's winning.
Yeah. You know what? Cole, he went for that Power Ranger comp. I respect that. He got the win with it, showed us the way of the Lightning Mage and Ice Mage combination, and yeah, booked himself a ticket all the way up to the semis. I are we going to be covering both semifinals?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think I want to try and respect K-Tad's time in particular. So we're gonna do
Yeah.
one semifinal first, and then we're probably gonna do the third place match and then the finals, depending on how late things are going. So we're gonna take a quick break here in just a second so we can get the semifinal set up because we will be broadcasting X1 Supreme versus Pathfinder because we have not looked at the top half of the bracket at all so far. Hello, welcome back, everybody. We are into the semifinals of the world's first Teamfight Manager Tournament. Also, as we've previously determined, the World Championship, as this is an international tournament, and we are going to be bringing you the action between X1 Supreme and Pathfinder, who is playing from Korea right now.
Yep, international success. The only representative from Korea, I believe. It's everyone
Oh,
else. Yeah, within North America. But you know
mm,
what? Still very cool. Um,
still very cool.
speaking of international things, you've been keeping up with the Olympics.
A little bit.
Nice.
I've I've been seeing like all kinds of controversies coming out, but I haven't actually been
Ooh.
watching a lot of the games.
I saw a tweet that said that the opening ceremony viewership was at an all-time low, and I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, I don't even know how to watch it. Like, where do I even watch the thing? That's probably why, because nobody can figure it out. So I just thought that was very funny.
I had
But
an
anyway,
interesting conversation with my friends because nobody my age has cable, so we're just
yeah,
like,
exactly.
normally I just watch this on like TV, but I can't do that. I think there's some
Yeah.
stuff on Twitch, but anyway. So yeah, if you're just catching up, I'm gonna put the bracket in chat once again. But we did have a couple of cool games we watched. Orbital versus Okami Kenji. Okami Kenji is now sitting in the semifinals against Cole, who just beat Peter Dunn, the coach from Evil Geniuses, as the social media manager. And now we're up on the other side. We're watching Supreme and Pathfinder. Supreme beat DTS 2-0 after DTS won the first round due to a forfeit, and then Pathfinder has beaten um, Firescope and OPTSM fan. And Firescope took down resident Twitch chatter Cubby.
Resident Twitch chatter, is that all he is?
That's all it is.
Uh, I mean, I guess for this event, yeah,
In
he
this
got
game, he's a
monster
random.
dunked. So yeah, I mean, I guess this is my time to make fun of Cubby. Cubby, I know that you're pretty good at team fight manager, but it's only when you're playing with me. It's only when our teamwork is together. I carry you, and you losing today proves that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So ultimately, Smacks is just saying like if he wasn't commentating, he would be taking first place in this event, right?
Yep, exactly. And there's no way to prove that, so you know that I'm right.
It's true. It's true. Well, we could always have you just play the person in finals, right? That's always an
Yeah,
option.
you know what?
Double or
If you want to
nothing.
do that, if you want to do that, then I'm down.
All
We'll
right,
give it
we'll
a
see.
go.
We'll see how much time we have going on after this goes through. But we are going to be jumping in here to player draft fairly soon, I think. So I'm honestly pretty curious how these guys have been playing. I know Cubby said previously that Firescope was playing Plague Doctor comps, but we actually haven't gotten to see any. Well, I wonder if I can check the match results. So Pathfinder is playing Illusionist a little bit.
Oh, I'm actually relatively unfamiliar with Illusionist.
I have picked it before, but even still, I'm not 100% sure I understand what it does. Right? I think what it does is it creates a copy of somebody on the opponent's team that your opponents can hit, and by hitting it, they do damage to their own teammate. I think.
Oh, okay. That is very quirky. Huh.
It is very quirky. I mean, Peter says Illusion is a super OP, but he just got knocked out, so what does he know, right?
Yeah, you didn't even pick it. You can't just come saying that a champion that you didn't pick is OP. You gotta
I
show us.
I'm not I don't disbelieve him. I just haven't figured out how to use it myself.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we didn't get to see it on this one. The draft flop came through. Um,
Wow.
yeah, so it looks like a lot of what Pathfinder wanted to do actually got blocked. And what that means is that he picked a lot of the same characters or same players as Supreme, but Supreme had them higher up. So a
Yeah.
little bit unlucky there for Pathfinder not finding the same priority as Supreme.
There aren't any like bad uh traits here, right? Like everybody's just like okay. I think the worst
Mhm.
one might be cockroach, right? Because
Right.
cockroach anything that forcibly changes your character's target prioritization, I have typically found kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Because it really changes how your team plays, and it's hard to draft around that, especially if you haven't been playing with the same, characters for a long time.
Yep. And since this isn't the campaign, the league format, we don't really have that variety. I mean, we don't really know how many hours each of these players has in the game, so maybe they are very coordinated with a off the
Yeah.
wall trait like that. But you can
Okay,
see that they did sub it out.
I just thought of something. So you know
Mhm.
how we watched like the Lightning Mage plus Ice Mage kind of dunk on Berserker?
Yeah.
Exorcist cleanses crowd control
Mm,
for somebody else. And then based on the number of times it cleanses somebody, it does more damage with its ultimate. So I wonder if that's
right.
an adaptation we could have seen. And now that I've said it, I wonder if somebody will be able to do that again in the future. But we do see the Plague Doctor coming through. We know that Fire Scope used it to great effect. And honestly, I'm mostly just really excited to see Dual Blader come through because I don't see this character very often.
Yeah, so I think we've only seen it one single time. Um and they did win that game. That was in the first set, but
Yeah.
other than that, we haven't seen it at all. I do want to mention that the six bands that have just come through are very reminiscent to what we just saw from Peter and Cole. So maybe these bands are actually going to remain for even longer than we expected. The Cook and Ogre and Poison Dart Hunter especially
Yeah.
seeming to be very powerful across every player.
I'm kind of curious. I've been saying for a bit that I think Gambler is a pretty good character overall. It's a little bit RNG because its ult can be really, really strong or it can do nothing. Because you do a slot machine and it decides one how much you're shielding people for, and then how many times you're or either do damage or shield, how many times it's going to do it, and how much it's going to do each time it does it, right? So you can roll really high and roll like 99 shields 30 times. And so then your team is just invincible, but it can also roll one damage once.
Mm,
So it actually just does nothing. So it can be pretty, it's very much gambling with how effective the ultimate is. But the regular
yeah.
ability, pretty darn good because it always does damage and it averages out to doing a little bit more damage than Sniper's ability.
So I wonder if with that kind of ultimate where it does provide a lot of inconsistency, I wonder if you want that to be on a composition that is by nature more inconsistent, or if you want it to be on like a solid shell and just maybe
Ooh,
sometimes you
ooh.
get games that are like crazy.
Look at this. Look at how like spread out these compositions are. Like there are no
Yeah,
like real front lines. They're just going back and forth, and the Shadowmancer is like making things really wonky. Okay, 77 shields 14 times. That makes Gambler's team very tanky.
definitely. And you saw that on the topic of like being spread out. Supreme
Oh
actually
no.
made his composition and made his players all stick together. As you can
Yeah.
see, they're all dying together as well. Pathfinder
Oh
with two
no.
wipes simultaneously.
Oh no. Okay, I see a couple people in chat.
Ooh.
Peter and OPTSM fan both just noticed that you can use strategies in multiplayer.
Oh, well, I think Cole probably didn't notice that either.
It's okay.
As
Well, now everybody who's watching the stream knows, and I guarantee it had some effect on like who was winning previously. 100%.
it seems that way. Pathfinder just taking that one very bloody game though. As you mentioned before, no real frontline, mostly just chaos, but Pathfinder I noticed was on the offense for just about the entire match. Just the entire thing was played on the left side of the screen.
Mhm. That has a large part to do with the fact that Shadowmancer was in the game as well. It like concentrates everybody because of how spawns work, right? You just spawn where you died, so that makes it very consistent to like stay on one side of the screen or the other. I wasn't sure about the first time that we saw it come through because I think it's really good in some situations, but I also want to remind people that we're watching a best of 5 of best of 3s. So this one
Mhm.
can go the distance with, especially with how chaotic these teams are already drafting.
Poison Dart Hunter actually made it through this time. Supreme deciding to ban away the Devil instead. So Pathfinder does have the benefit of locking in that champion first. and also has the Lightning Mage, which is another champion that we've seen
Yeah.
have really solid success so far.
I
Magic Knight ban, interesting.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. I really like what Pathfinder's doing already because I like Poison Dart Hunter into Plague Doctor because Plague Doctor hurts his own team. I also really like Poison Dart Hunter into Vampire specifically because it makes Vampire take forever to heal and typically has to go back to the coffin over and over again. So the question will be, how does Supreme get around that? Cook's banned, Shrine Maiden's okay. Um, Monk might actually be the answer here.
Interesting.
You think
So
he knows he needs heals, I think.
right. I find it very curious that Berserker is not being selected in on either team so far. I really like it paired up with the Plague Doctor, but no, still not going to be chosen. It does seem to struggle into the Lancer, so maybe that's what we're thinking here with this. Ooh, okay, so we're for Pathfinder, he's trying to spread out a bit more.
Yeah,
That is probably really nice against Monk specifically with
yeah.
the heals.
I- I'm honestly just really impressed already, just like watching Pathfinder draft in this game. He, I can tell that he kind of has like some insight into the game that the rest of us don't. Right? There are just things that he's doing in champions that he's considering that I just would never think of in Slaw. Like I would never pick Shadowmancer here, but he's clearly having a lot of success with what he's doing.
Shadowmancer. You said it was a really nice combination with Ogre specifically.
Yeah,
Um,
but if you want fights to stay where they are, it's always really good. So okay, look at
right.
that. Vampire has to go back, but Supreme off to an early lead.
So this Lancer spawning in the
Oh,
back
Plague Talk.
line.
Plague Talk Vampire is so good.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
He's
there's the
already
big
up to
shield for
13.
Monk as well. Okay,
Okay.
Vampire lived.
Yeah.
Really big deal. Through the poison too, which is making it take a little bit longer, but still does survive.
Yeah. Plague Dog plus Vampire is really big, right? Because Vampire won't go back anymore to its coffin during the Plague Dog ultimate like it originally did, and so it gets all the attacks off, and then almost instantly gets its passive and just doing extra bleed that also heals at the same time. But why is it's not moving because the
Mhm.
Lancer ultimate?
Oh man. Yeah, Supreme just took this. Or yeah. So yeah, we're going to a game of three already. This series is already going the distance.
Okay.
In just the first set. So yeah,
Wow.
the so okay, I have a question. Do you think that the Shadowmancer ended up being a hindrance in the end, or was it still beneficial in the after all?
I was not convinced by the Shadowmancer.
Okay.
Shadowmancer does like pretty decent damage per auto, but it doesn't necessarily auto attack particularly quickly.
Hmm.
Right? So it doesn't actually end up doing that much DPS, and it doesn't have a real ability. It just does the shadow thing, right? So you
Right.
can, in theory, prevent your team from getting desynced, but if you die, you don't have any say over that. They just spawn back in, and then they can be desynced even worse than they normally are. So yeah, the Plague Doctor plus Vampire, I think, was the really key combination that Supreme found in the last one.
I really like the response from Supreme just now, where Pathfinder actually banned away Exorcist, and Supreme seeing that does remove Ice Mage. Is like you were saying before, Exorcist does have those cleanses, so perhaps thinking that Ice Mage would be the lock-in to be a little bit safer now that Exorcist was off the board. But it is still going to be the Poison Dart Hunter yet again. Another fighter. So fighter seems to have been quite successful in the games that we've seen. Leading up to this, but hasn't been the most frequent choice.
Yeah. I also really am interested in the fact that Pathfinder is continuing to stick with Shadowmancer and also has been playing more Dual Blader already than anybody else that we've been watching. And that says to me that they're a little bit more familiar with the newer patches than some of the other players we watched. Okay,
They are in the semifinals for a reason.
they are.
So the poison's not really having too much of an effect right now.
Not yet.
Still
Okay.
staying alive for quite a while.
All right, but those ultimates weren't great. So Shadowmancer brings everybody back, and the fight's just right back on in. So Dual Blader
Ooh.
cleaning everybody up. This can be really big depending on how good. Okay, the
Look where Dual
PDH
Blader's
ult is
going to
good.
spawn. Oh, Dual Blader just got one shot though. I was assuming that that was going to be a good spawn spot, but no, just instantly focused out. The desyncs are still a really big deal, even with the Shadowmancer. Supreme coming out to a slight lead right now. There
But
is
this one's
still both
close.
teams are so desynced at this time.
Yeah. Okay, it's really going to come down to the wire. Execution drives first, but they're tied. Oh,
Oh,
Pathfinder
Pathfinder.
finding a lead.
There it is.
Oh.
If that game was a gold graph in League of Legends, it would be a roller coaster, man. That
Yeah,
was very, very swingy. Full pendulum that last one.
it was, but it was also like kind of controlled chaos the entire time too, right? There was
Yeah.
not that much difference between the two of them. They stayed pretty close the entire time until the very end. So one thing that I do know about these two players is that both of them want to be blue side.
Okay. So are they like coin flipping for that? I guess the logistics of it don't
Well,
matter as much as what actually is
yeah.
occurring.
So the way that it does work is based on the rules we put in. Higher seed picks for odd number games, so games 1, 3, and 5, and then
Mhm.
lower seed picks for games 2 and 4.
I see. I see.
So we'll get to
All right.
see. We get a
Got the
lot
draft.
more. Wow, we get a lot more non-ordinaries in this one.
Hmm. Yeah, only those two. Actually, though, there are three. Uh,
Last time there was like
hmm.
6 ordinaries. Okay, so I really like Life of the Party personally, but there's
Yeah,
also
it
a lot
does.
of
It does look really strong.
there's a lot of like worse things here, right? Like Mr. Careful, distancing can be really good. Collaboration attack can be really good. Despise weakness, I think, is conditionally really strong, but you have to draft your characters around having despise weakness. You can't just throw it on a team and expect it to work. Because sometimes if somebody gets low and the other team doesn't have healing, you will literally run through the entire enemy team and just die over and over.
So, how valuable is it to get Life of the Party and Fast Runner on your squad, and then just draft something like a Berserker, and then just have it be very quick?
I think that's pretty reasonable, honestly. Um, I would be okay with that. T
What
broken where
I've just realized that there's a trait called Mr. Careful. What does
yeah,
what does that do? That sounds like a great name.
I'm actually not sure. I don't think there's a wiki for this game. Let me see if there is.
Yeah, Fast
I'm
Runner increasing your movement speed by one quite literally doubles
Oh, they're also a PDH
Ogre.
player. They play
Mm,
Poison Dart Hunter, and Poison Dart Hunter, like
yeah.
everybody has been prioritizing this really, really heavily. So,
It
okay,
did flip
so
through for the last two games. It actually was chosen, but it's been banned for the past like
yeah,
5 rounds that we've watched.
wow. Okay, I think what does this mean? I think that this
Oh
means
wow.
that Pathfinder needs to have PDH banned against it because otherwise it's so hard to get onto this character. So the Executioner immediately preventing that from happening, and there we go. Like these guys are just very aggressively like banning some of these new characters that are really warping.
Poison Dart Hunter not banned though again.
But Dual Blader,
Yeah. And Supreme does have that dual blader player. 13 to both stats is really big. So Supreme actually does have two players that have ordinary, so a little bit unlucky on that. But the stats do seem pretty good.
okay. So Dual Blader Lancer up against Poison Dart Hunter plus Plague Doctor. Now remember, we just saw Plague Doctor do really well alongside Vampire specifically. Um, And that's why I think this vampire ban is coming through.
Off the board. And Supreme doesn't really want to pick it because of the Poison Dart Hunter, yeah? Because you mentioned that
Yeah.
was a pretty nice answer into it.
Okay.
So another Shadowmancer.
I like it
I
now
don't
'cause
believe.
two melee champions going up against Poison Dart Hunters. If they can get in, they stay in for the entire
Right.
game. Like you don't have to run across and give Poison Dart Hunter like 2 free autos.
Curious to me that Pathfinder actually decided to ban Ogre. I know we're well past this, but on blue side, banning that champion does seem a little questionable to me, especially because he actually does have the fast runner on his team, so it might be might have been a little bit of an oversight, but
Okay. I think Shield Manager is reasonable. Cubby is mentioning Necro here. I know, Peter Dunn was talking about. He's the first one that pointed me on to UMT's PDH play, but this is a really tough spot. So you get 3 melee champions into Illusionist, who makes a copy, Poison Dart Hunter, and Plague Doctor. And I think Plague Doctor might be a little odd one out here, but I think this is going to be a very high kill game.
So this is our first Illusionist that we've seen in the games so far.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my eye on that to see what it actually does in action, because you described it to me, but let's see what this actually what this does. So he is ranged.
Yeah. It makes the copy there, and then the sword fighter is hitting itself when it hits the thing. So, okay. Oh, that's a big ultimate coming through from Dual Blader. So look at this. They're now all on top, and they will never leave the side of the map. So all these melee characters don't have to run very far.
So Illusionist is sort of just making like a substitute from Pokemon, except the substitute doesn't hurt you, it hurts your opponents. It's very curious.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and then the Illusionist copied people. Plague Doctor coming through. This is really close between these two sides.
Yeah, it's definitely Pathfinder favored so far. I don't know if there are any more ultimates. Doesn't look like there are. But Supreme pulling a little closer. There's 10 seconds left. Still that 2-kill gap. Oh, it's closing a little bit.
It's so close.
Oh,
one kill difference. Overtime? No, it is.
It's into overtime. Oh,
Specs. I wonder if this is the real finals. I wonder if we're watching the real finals right now. Just like the way these guys are drafting, every single game is going so close between these two.
I think we're gonna be here for a while. We do still have a best of 5 between these two players. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. This is some high octane draft diff going on. I wonder if Poison Dart Hunter will become higher on like the ban list now after it's just won the past 2 rounds.
I have to imagine, right? Umti is a really good player, but Plague Doctor comes through.
Okay, so Poison Dart Hunter's out. Ogre not banned.
Okay. I think Ogre is good, and it is warping, but I don't think it's must pick. But like Ogre plus Shadowmancer is quite good, but it can be countered, as we saw by like, but it can be countered by like all ranged comps.
So Shadowmancer is still available. I wonder if Supreme just has to ban it or take it because of that synergy with Ogre. We've only seen it the one time in our first set.
Yeah. I would definitely ban the Shadowmancer here, but like these guys are clearly better than I am. So yeah, there it is.
So there are a few crowd control options. Ice Mage is one of them. With the Lightning too, I feel like Supreme might want to have a little bit more backline access to this.
Maybe. Something that you have to remember is that the way that Dual Blader works is kind of like Yasuo ult. Whenever somebody is crowd controlled, Dual Blader can use their ability to basically do dash them and do a bunch of damage themselves. So
very nice synergy with Ice Mage then.
And Lancer. It also works with Lancer.
Very nice.
Okay.
Surrounding it out with
Bard. This is the first time we see Bard too. All right.
So trying to give Ogre as much attack speed as possible. It works pretty well for all of these characters, really.
Yeah.
Archer and Lightning Mage really
Okay. Okay.
appreciate attack speed. This is really cool.
All right. K-Ted, do we have game sound for the audience? Darn.
Uh,
Okay. Bard Bard has like super funny sounds the entire time because every time that circle goes down, it goes "Ba-dum, ba-dum." Right. So every time that one of Supreme's
whew,
characters is in that circle, oh god, the Bard ult did nothing. They all died. It does
no,
nothing.
just casted a little too late. Not very well timed. Ogre falls. Supreme's ultimate usage has been a lot better in this set, but Pathfinder is still keeping even because of the early snowball.
Okay.
Ogre is still being kited out. The sniper is relatively untouched. Lightning Mage now finds it. Oh,
Oh
what a
god,
bonk.
that's great. Okay, this is again very close, but I think this one might be Pathfinder. A couple kills will go over, but they're not gonna get this Bard. And Ogre might be too tanky.
Oh, does
One
fall.
kill. One
Okay.
kill. Oh, overtime? No.
Oh, no overtime. Another game separated by one kill only, and it is Pathfinder again
Oh
taking the
boy.
victory.
Are we 1-1 now?
That's a. I was hoping that you knew.
Yeah, I was
'Cause I
hoping you knew.
forgot.
I forgot.
Maybe chat knows. Chat, have you been keeping up?
Who won the first game? Because it was a 2-1.
Pathfinder won the set too.
We're good casters, but this is why we normally have
This is
production do this stuff for
yeah.
us, and we're
This
just
is
like,
why it's usually on the screen so that we can look. I don't. I'm
all
K10 doesn't
right,
know either. We. You know what? This is the last time that we'll make that mistake. We'll know every time now
okay,
after
okay.
this.
I'll just like update the bracket. So I do have a little bit of heads up. Cole did take the first game off of Okami. So last time we got an update, it was 1-0 in favor of Elusive Hunter over Okami Kenji on the other side of the bracket.
Right.
this is this is so fascinating to watch these guys go head to head. I'm really glad we got to watch this game in particular because they are using the new characters.
They are. They're using mostly just those. So
Okay. Fast Runner, Poison Dart Hunter, Wolf once again coming through, but a lot of ordinaries.
yeah, quite a few of them. I think one more than last time. What does Gale do? Do you know?
Increases your attack speed.
Ah, okay.
Mm.
It's just a nice one to have all around, I'd say.
Yeah, his characters aren't very good though. It's not bad on Priestess. It's pretty decent on Gambler.
Hmm. Right.
But those aren't exactly contested characters right now.
Doesn't seem like a contested player either. From what we see from Supreme anyway.
Yeah,
I wonder if we
D-Liv.
see a coin flip for Wong.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I feel like Supreme is not willing to take the coin flip over Wolf and just wants to make sure he gets Woong for
Mhm.
himself, and that's why they have them 1 and 2 so that he can guarantee one of them for himself.
Oh, you got to go for grabs.
Clutch hitter.
Expert player.
What's the bracket? All right, sorry, I don't have any MOBA commands or anything. I am a bit dumb about streaming, but here you go. We are currently in the semifinals, and we get to see. Yep, they traded
Right.
Woong and Wolf.
Yep.
Okay. Wow, Bei Xiong. Last one. The Gale. I'm not sure that Gale is good enough to justify putting him in,
Mhm.
but it looks
Better than
like.
ordinary.
Guess so. Yeah.
Stats are
Ge-
slightly better too on the defense. Well, all right, Joshi. We've got set three. I don't think anyone in the chat updated us on who won the first one,
Nah.
so hopefully the
I'm
players know.
pretty sure it's 1-1. I'm pretty
All
sure
right.
it's 1-1. The player, I guarantee the players. Oh, thank you, KTAD. KTAD is doing all the work for us.
Okay, Ted. This is why we pay you the big bucks.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolf is very strong. Like PDH is super crucial. So Xiaopeng does play it, and he does have distancing, which will allow him to be a bit better at like naturally kiting. So I think PDH might be the play here still. He's thinking about it. Look at it. Give me one
These
sec.
players have been going for that one a lot. Executioner Instalock, though, alongside Dual Blader. And Executioner has been one of my favorites so far in these games. Because it's just very unique that it doesn't really get to the backline. It brings the backline to you. And with the dual blader too, it feels like that would have a lot of synergy because you don't actually move your dual blader at all. You just keep her where she is and you get that combination anyway.
Okay. Archer ban. That one surprises me a little bit. Right, because Archer feels like a character that would be good against Executioner Dual Blader. So I'm a little bit surprised Supreme is the one banning it. And it's not the greatest against Supreme's composition, but I like the Magic Knight because it does have that like grav thing, right? Whenever its ultimate is
Yeah.
there, it just like sucks all the melee characters in.
Lots of frontline for Supreme against the double assassins. Pathfinder now has the option to pivot into something a little bit more like kite heavy that can keep the frontline at range. And he will do that. It is going to be the sniper. The other option would be to just completely lock down this poison dart hunter, but I don't know if that's really necessary with a composition like this. You already have a lot of displacement on this
Yeah.
composition, so going for the
Alright.
consistent damage of sniper.
We are also getting an update that Pathfinder. Wait, didn't we just see Supreme win the second one?
Pathfinder. Oh, now you've got me second guessing.
Okay, KTAD is saying that
Pathfinder.
Pathfinder won both of them.
Yeah. Okay. That's what
Okay.
I was going to. The second one I knew, but you got me second guessing myself. Anyway, Pathfinder up. Thank you, KTAD.
Yeah, all right. Gotta agree with the producer. Okay, so we currently do have Pathfinder up 2-0 after going 2-1 in the first set and 2-0 in the second set. So this could be our last one.
Well, not this map in particular, but
Yeah, this could be
could
our
be our
last set.
last best of 3. Right. So
Doing
we did
well
see
so far.
Poison Dart Hunter. Yeah, the Poison Dart Hunter just did not get a chance to see the light of day. Pathfinder's composition is just picking the members apart one by one. Really like this, but the ultimates now. Okay.
If it was closer, if there was more time, I feel like Supreme could bring this one back, but there's just not
Oh,
enough
look at that
time.
displacement. The shield bearer sent all the way to the middle of nowhere. Yeah, this devil pick has been very, very useful. I really like that option for Pathfinder. It pays off huge.
Okay, Pathfinder is now one map away from going all the way to finals. In a
Sweeping fashion as
3-0.
well.
Wow.
I don't know if Pathfinder has lost a best of 3 yet.
Not yet. Oh no, he did. He lost one to OPTSM fan in the very beginning.
Oh,
That was a
so
2-1.
maybe Sean was the
Sean was the
true
real finals.
finals. All right, shout out to Sean. He might be the only one to take down Pathfinder in the rest of this tournament, but Supreme does still have some leeway, still in this.
But it's a tough hill to climb.
Mm-hmm. Is a Plague Doctor Instalock for Pathfinder 2. No Poison Dart Hunter. Again, no Ogre, but adding on to the Executioner ban. Pathfinder
Interesting.
not really wanting anyone to have that either, but oh, look at this. Okay, so Devil now being chosen by Supreme. We'll see if Pathfinder can play around this pick that he just used to great success.
I really like the vampire pick coming through because it is really important to deny the Plague Doctor plus the vampire, and then you can't play vampire with the devil on the other team. So this is kind of an interesting pivot to this draft that can be really big, but the Lancer Plague Doctor feels really effective to me against Vampire Devil. It does a lot of damage at close range.
No Shadowmancer to worry about either. So Supreme wanting to mitigate the
Okay.
frontline possibilities. Still no Berserker has been prioritized at all, which is surprising to me considering what we witnessed in the previous series. But that's not stopping Pathfinder at all from just going for even more frontline. It's only Plague Doctor in the back. And I am a little bit concerned when you do have that one backliner against some assassins. So this Plague Doctor might not get to survive for very long. But you know
The
what?
Plague Doctor's gonna
Supreme?
be there right in the front. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know if he's backline as much as he's just like a support, you know?
I suppose it'll be up to where he decides to position.
Yeah. So Supreme has to make a choice because Missing does in fact play the Pyromancer, but doesn't have the piercing spear ability, which is going to be giving that 10 defense penetration. So it does a lot of
Mhm.
extra damage. That's fascinating to me that he's opting to give the Pyro
Ooh,
not with the +10/+10 to attack and defense, but instead going to be prioritizing giving them the Gale for the attack speed.
wow. Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if I don't want to assume this is an oversight, but you have to imagine that the +10/+10 would be really good, but not going for it at all. That has been locked in. We're on to the map.
Okay. Only 3 attacks for Vampire at the beginning, and now they're on to the Vampire. Okay, they knock it away, so it gives a little bit of space. It comes back out. How
Yeah,
many autos is it gonna get?
only two. It's a few
They're doing
more.
okay. All right, how many does Vampire get here? Because this is big. If Vampire never
Okay.
gets off the ground and never gets that ultimate going, it can be really brutal, but it doesn't look like it matters. Right now, Pyromancer is just doing so much work.
Yeah, the coffin's just been moving around to different places. Oh, finally
Oh,
does get taken out. We'll have to reset yet again, and Pathfinder might have just found the way to win this. 9 on the Vampire, 10, 11, 12. There it is.
okay. Right at the end, though, only a couple seconds left. We got 2 kills, 1 kill between them,
Oh,
and Vampire's not doing anything. Vampire's dead, but it's enough.
oh,
It's enough.
it
Oh,
is.
19-16. This one goes over to Supreme. Supreme looking to mount the long comeback. But it starts here. He needs to win this map because this map keeps him in the tournament or sends him to the third place match. He's not out. We have gotten to the point where top 4 get a little bit of a double elimination opportunity, but it is so close between these guys.
As a necessary victory. And will have 5 more necessary victories if he wants to make it all the way to the finals. As Pathfinder has really had a grasp on this series, but we'll
Okay.
see. Get into the potentially final draft of this.
Okay, clutch hitter coming through for Woong. Remember, that's like a +20/+20. It's
Yeah,
a lot. It's a lot extra.
both teams actually have a clutch hitter. Grabs is
True.
that too. So lots of stats at their disposal. See if that poison dart hunter does get banned away. Lots of options. It will be vampire, so Supreme will not have that in this game.
Okay. Plague Doctor is now less important, but the PDH, everybody loves PDH. It's just really strong. Does a lot of AoE damage and
Still first picking Plague Doctor.
okay. Cook is also off the table. So a couple of the things that are really good with Plague Doctor have been removed by Pathfinder, but he picks the Plague Doctor anyway.
It's a deadly combinations. And I like the sort of last minute knight priority that Supreme has been pulling out. So he does have that knight player for Zhao Peng, and has the flexibility to bring it over to Woong too, if need be. So lots of stats available, and this pick does provide just so many raw stats for your front line that it is just very valuable to just slot into most any composition. I feel like it's one of the most well-rounded frontliners you can have. So Lightning Mage though, that might be enough to put a stop to this.
It is a lot of AoE because I think it
Hmm.
upped the radius that it bounces since like the original patch, so it actually pretty consistently hits people if they aren't spreading out. So Devil comes through is going to make it a little wonky for Pathfinder to have front lane back line. And so Devil is always something that you kind of got to be paying attention to. In Magic Knight, we've seen
Wow.
this come through as bans quite a bit, but Exorcist. Oh,
Okay.
Exorcist removes the taunt.
Okay, so this Exorcist, a huge scaling pick. Will have to stay alive for a while though, and with Plague Doctor on your team and no other forms of healing, it might be a little tricky. But Pathfinder has been showing us a lot of creativity with the new champions.
Okay, this Exorcist is really interesting to me because there's
Yeah.
only there's two crowd controls, right? There's Knight's Taunt, and then they have Devil's like Displacement, where somebody can't move for a couple seconds after.
Mhm.
And Exorcist doesn't do that much damage, but the removal of the crowd control can be really big because it also
Right.
levels up the ultimate that it does. But I'll be honest, I haven't used a lot of Exorcist, so I don't remember what its ult actually does.
Well, we're gonna find out soon. What was it, just Tryndamere ult?
No, that's Plague Dog.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, Lightning getting the Devil, and it takes it down. Okay, Devil's ultimate is nullified. We are even at the
Oh,
halfway mark.
so I think that was Exorcist ult. It looked like a more powerful like Archer thing or an adjacent to Archer ultimate. But there's a huge desync for Pathfinder now after the fact.
Okay, but we're still so close between them. Look at how
Mhm.
low all of these members are.
Oh,
17 apiece, 4 seconds left to go. Devil goes down, Archer goes down, 1 kill lead for Supreme.
oh,
It's
the
2
devil
kills.
pull was so crazy. Grabs got sent immediately to that backline as Archer did fall down. Oh, uh, Pathfinder did just leave the game.
Yeah, they have to, in order to switch sides, you have to make a
Oh,
new lobby
okay.
every
You're right.
time.
You're right. You're right. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right, so I'm updating my scores on the challenge now as I'm getting them. So we do have Pathfinder 1, Game 1, 2-1, and then Game 2, 2-0, and now Supreme on the board 2-1 after picking up that last one as we go into set 4 between these two competitors. All right, so what does the draft look like? Hello, that's us. Hmm. Okay, let's see. A lot of ordinaries again. Um, Piercing Spear is a pretty solid trait, and Vanguard is kind of neat. It increases your stats by 10 until there's a kill. So in really low kill games, Vanguard is really quite good, but in high kill games, it falls off pretty quickly. So
Right.
we'll see what the trade-off is there. There's actually 4 Vanguards. Plex, I can't see the names. Frozen, Savis, and On all have Vanguard.
Is a Vanguard kind of lobby, I guess. And
Mm.
they're being heavily prioritized. Uh, 3 of them already locked for Supreme, hoping to get some of those. And they all seem to have some affinities for these frontliners too. That's 2 Knight players. Oh, all right. So we have a
Ooh,
lot of turnover
oh,
here.
okay. Oh, and it looks like both of the flips are going to Supreme this time.
Wow.
So that could be really big as Pathfinder kind of loses out a little bit on the drafting priority between just the randomization, how the
Yeah,
draft is
Pathfinder got
going.
3 ordinaries. Little tough. Forced to put one of those in. And I mean, Koala does not have very good stats either. It does actually feel like it's a little bit of a low stat lobby as we're
Mhm.
getting a lot of 15s, 16s and 17s too. So,
I am noticing that some of the players with good stats are having slightly lower stats to compensate for it, right? Like you notice that Savitz has like a 16-15 in order to pick
mhm,
up the Piercing Spear and Vanguard. And I know in our last set, the person who had Gale had, like upper teens, low 20s for their
right.
stats. So it is a little bit of a trade-off that you're getting.
Seems that way in the randomization aspect of this game.
Yeah. So while we wait for
Oh,
them
okay.
to figure this out a little bit as the draft goes through, I do want to shout out Team Samoyed for coming up with Teamfight Manager because this game is really cool, right?
It's really
For
good.
for nerds like us who love thinking about drafting in specifically League of Legends and can just like do that, like this is kind of our dream, right? Like you just
Mhm.
if you could just draft League of Legends champions and then throw them into a sim and just do that over and over so that you could actually just like figure out it's like, okay, I think this draft is winning. And these are the reasons why I think it's winning. But you don't get to test it like you do in Teamfight Manager.
Yeah. As I always say, Joshi, draft is for nerds, and we are the biggest nerds of all. So here we are. Pathfinder still on match point. Will need to take 2 maps at any time. Actually, no, not any time. He can't go 1-2 twice. Then he would lose.
True, true. It feels a lot like Smash, like actually, right? Like every
Uh-uh.
single draft you do is like a stock, right?
Yeah.
It's like this is a fighting game. Oh my god.
It's a fighting game all along, Joshi. We're FGC casters now.
Okay. Supreme gets the Vampire Plague Dot combination, but
Yeah.
PDH is still one of the best characters in the game.
Ooh. So double marksman right off the bat for Pathfinder. Lots of options to round that out better, but still just a good solid core of damage. I personally really like Archer too because of the little kiting hop that she does. Just
Mhm.
feels good against really most of the champions that you'd usually pick to counter backliners like ninja or ninja adjacent champions, but not
Yeah,
executioner.
I really am fascinated by the fact that both of the primary displacement champions and Executioner and Devil are already off the table.
Hmm.
So stuff like Dual Blader is just less valuable now because there's less crowd control for them to work with.
Right. Ooh, so Shadowmancer is the choice.
Mhm.
How well does that work with Vampire? I feel like you wouldn't get the passive all that much because he would still just go to his
Yeah,
coffin.
they don't really interact
Right.
much at all, right? Because you do typically die in the coffin, but there are I feel like because Vampire can die on the way back to the coffin, and when that happens, that can be
Mm.
a bit of a disaster. So I'm surprised that they are prioritizing the Shadowmancer, but there might be something that we don't quite get.
Oh, Barrier
Yeah.
Mage. Look at that.
There you go. The Ghost
Right.
Hover coming through from Supreme right now would be a bit surprising to me. They already have the one assassin. I don't know if having an assassin like right on top of the enemy team is the greatest thing. Typically, I associate that with the warriors, like the fighters and the knights and the shield bearers and all that kind of stuff.
It is going to be the ninja after all.
Okay.
So again, like I was saying, if ninja starts to attack Archer, it's quite bad for ninja because of the extra hop that Archer does.
Hmm.
So Supreme is really hoping for the ninja to attack mainly Poison Dart Hunter in this. We'll see if he actually does get that off. He does have a lot of damage and a lot of backline access with things like the vampire anyway, but it is still going to be beneficial for Ninja to do that. And then, of course, you do still have the Ninja ultimate that does come through in doubles Ninja. So
Yeah,
that's always fun.
that is pretty exciting. So, for people who like haven't played this game as much, right? What we mean by that is Archer has an ability, right? They're normally just like this range 80 carry, but whenever somebody's right on top of them and you see that the mana bar on the bottom is full, you like step back and your opponent stutters where they can't move for like half a
Mhm.
second. So it's kind of
It's a
like
little
a
mini
mini
stun.
vein tumble. Yeah,
Yeah.
as a small condemn. But this is a pretty big, but Vampire doesn't quite get all of the auto attacks it needs. And you see that the Shadow Measure isn't
Oh.
doing anything for it.
The actually the Shadowmancer did one nice thing where everyone on Pathfinder's team was about to go walk over to the coffin, but instead they diverted their attention back to the left. So that
Hmm.
actually was something that helped out Vampire a little bit, but again, they're not really interacting too much. Vampire will have to go back and is still poisoned, so will be at a delay.
Hmm. You're also noticing the difference, right? In the Lancer. Lancer's ultimate is so good. It does like the Xinjiao crescent sweep where it just like swings
Mhm.
around and everybody close to it just gets knocked back really far, but everybody in the other team is just like stuck in place. So melee champions really get hurt by Lancer. So overall, I really like the draft coming up from Pathfinder. I like the Lancer plus the Barrier Mage combination, and I'm not convinced that Shadowmancer in isolation is good.
I liked the barrier mage though. That was a fun time. It didn't actually block too many projectiles that I saw, but the shielding is very nice overall.
Yeah.
It is definitely like a more niche version of something like a shrine maiden, I would say. But sometimes it can pop off a lot.
Yeah, the shields are good. Doesn't it also slow the attack speed of any enemy inside it?
I believe it does. Yeah, the big like Thunderdome does that, which is nice. Just a cool ultimate. I like barrier mage.
Yeah, I think it's
Anyway,
cool. Lancer coming through once again. Remember, Lancer
Hook
is
not
really
banned.
true. Lancer is good with Dual Blader, but also is good against Dual Blader, simply because you knock them back. Lancer tends to interact favorably with most melee champions, and we see Ogre, Poison Dart Hunter banned. Devil kind of been the one that we've been seeing a lot of focus on that is currently still available for these two teams.
You know, with Cook locked in, maybe this is the time that these teams decide that Berserker is worth it. Probably not based on their trajectory,
Okay,
but it could happen.
interesting.
Okay,
Okay, so
so with the Ice Mage, Pathfinder does still have the opportunity to go for the Exorcist. Okay,
there
yep.
it is.
I was almost fast enough.
There's a lot more mastery of the champions, though. You notice a couple like yellow champions in their characters just means that they get
Mhm.
bonus stats to all of those things. Savi's the only one that doesn't have a master on their champion, but you have a lot of crowd control that Exorcist can one counter, but two that Dual Blader can jump off of. So it's
Yeah,
going to be really important to see how Pathfinder squad works, because they are a little bit low damage across the board.
certainly. But if Cook can heal them up, then being low damage does not matter because you just have that sustain and the longevity in a fight. But just right off the bat, you can see that that is not going to
Yeah.
feel great.
Oh,
Oof,
oh God!
lots of
Everybody
kills
on
at the
both
same
teams is
time.
dead.
Yeah.
Devil dies in the ultimate. The ultimate does almost nothing.
Oh
That's
wow.
big. Wait. Cook's ultimate, I think it got interrupted. It doesn't do anything. There's no ultimates left for either of these guys.
Ooh, that Ice Mage ultimate didn't do a whole lot, but it is still going to be Supreme pulling out a really big lead. But this desync after the fact is pretty huge. Pathfinder clawing back. Hey, look at Cook's healing.
It's really high, but there's still it's hard for them to interact with like
Oh,
Archer, right? Archer is just able to hit, and because they have so much range, even when Devil displaces them, they're usually able to get a couple auto attacks off anyway.
ooh, Cook's healing was not enough to keep them alive there, and Pathfinder about to lose. Yep, no more kills can come through. Gap of 3 right there. So this is, funnily enough, one of our more decisive, one of our more decisive maps. As these guys have been very evenly matched all throughout.
hmm Okay, remember Pathfinder is currently up 2-1, but this one is tied 1-1. So if Supreme wins this round, we will be 2-2 in sets, and we will be pushed to a pivotal game 5 between these two guys.
Right, Supreme, can you take us there? It's up to you. As the Archer is banned away, and Executioner is actually going to be the first pick, so no Poison Dart Hunter quite yet. Really powerful backline access, although the Dual Blader uh, is the response. I've just realized that the B in Blader is lowercase, and I'm pissed about it.
Wait, what?
For
Dual
Dual Blader,
lowercase blader? Oh
yeah,
man, I haven't noticed.
I'm upset about that. Well, you know, they almost made a good game, but at the end of the day, if you don't
What's even the
capitalize the
point?
B, yeah. So Plague Doctor alongside Executioner, still
Okay.
looking for some more consistent forms of damage, I would say, especially against things like Magic Knight Dual Blader and then now Lancer as well. Really lacking in that regard.
And with all the melee champions that we've seen come out for
Oh wow.
Pathfinder, like Lancer is gonna be pretty good. So Sniper kind of the odd man out right now. It's hard for
Mhm.
Supreme to interact with Sniper, but sometimes you don't need to interact with like the range characters. You just kill the front line over and over. And so this is
Yeah.
definitely an opportunity. Magic Knight doesn't have crowd control except in the ultimate, but both Lancer and Fighter do. So this is a lot of opportunities for Dual Blader to be really effective throughout here, and there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the displacement coming through from both Devil and Executioner on Pathfinder's team.
So Supreme's composition is it kind of feels like a bunch of Ditto melees to me. All these champions do kind of the same thing.
Hmm.
Uh, and they all do activate Dual Blader very well, as you can see, just an insta wipe of all of them. And then the
Ooh.
fighter ultimate to follow up,
Oh, Plague
really
Dog
well
ultimate.
timed.
Here comes the desync though. Okay, we'll see how effective this is. Devil's gonna be really hard for them to interact with. They get knocked all the way to the side, but they can't move
Ooh.
and it goes down. The ultimate does nothing.
Yeah, Supreme just had such a nice opener, and it wasn't. It's still going as well. Pathfinder has not been able to recover from that really swift opening with all that crowd control stacked on top of one another.
Yeah.
I think Supreme's taking it.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the fact that Sniper is just free hitting at this point, but it just doesn't matter because if you just kill the front line over and over, you never have to kill the marksman. So it looks like
Yep.
Supreme, after taking this 22-17, is pushing us to a game 5.
Incredible. What a semifinal series that we've got on our hands.
Oh man, I'm so glad. I do. Appear it does appear that the other side, Cole, Elusive Hunter, after beating PCD Vader, Peter Dunn, did just take the win 3-0 over Okami
Ooh.
Kenji. So that does mean that Cole, Elusive Hunter, is going to be our first finalist after taking a quick victory over there. And Okami Kenji will be playing the loser of this next game as these guys so evenly matched, really pushing us to the very end.
That is pretty amazing. As I mean, Cole's gonna have a lot of tape to cover for the scouting as he goes into the finals after this. As we do get into our fifth set. The fifth draft is now here. We've still yet to see an Evil Geniuses player, but we
Mhm.
are now at the Cloud9 stage. We've got Perks.
We do,
So
we
we're
do.
hitting the other NA teams.
I'm always curious to see like some of these players, right? Because they just steal a bunch of like players from all kinds of esports.
Hmm.
And some of them I recognize. Some of them I'm just like, I have no idea who this is. Like I'm pretty sure Blitzchung is like a Taiwanese Hearthstone player. If I
Yeah,
remember correctly.
he
There's like a
is.
big
Yeah.
deal about that with Blizzard, not that long ago. But like
Like
Riris,
Brian Kibler is in here.
yeah,
there's some fun
Gingun.
ones. hmm
I don't think there's very
Uh,
many Overwatch players actually, but
I am pretty surprised that Perks is not being prioritized that highly in this one because he's got 25, 25, and 3 traits.
yeah.
Um,
I don't remember what heroism does. Coordination attack can be really good, but it can also be really bad, right? Because
mm,
coordination attack makes you target the most recent person that was also targeted. Um, and when you get that, you're going to be really good at hitting the same person as a marksman. You can hit the same people that your frontline are hitting. But when you have like these discoordinated fights with like the devils and the executioners, what we've been seeing a lot of, it can make you run around for a long time doing nothing.
it's very interesting. Collaboration attack. One of just the really cool ways that you can still interact with gameplay in this game because there aren't very many. You are really just the draft coach, but
Yeah.
in the ways that you can sort of direct what's going on are just so cool. But it does look like Pathfinder not even choosing to put Perks in, even after prioritizing him quite
He
heavily.
was relief pitcher. He was relief pitcher,
Oh,
right?
he
So
was. Okay,
one,
yeah, you're right.
you
You're
don't
right.
actually want him.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
So
I would have trolled if it was me playing.
so that could be really big because Peter's saying that he got two relief pitchers, and two relief
Wow.
pitchers, remember, everything like that will give you a massive buff in games after the first one.
That's a pretty big deal. We, I believe, are seeing that Supreme actually does have a pretty powerful illusionist player, which is only a champion that we've seen one time, but could be something that Supreme specifically could look for in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't personally determined like what spot it's good in, but
Same. I know. Peter was saying that he really likes it into all ranged compositions.
I
But
see.
we haven't been seeing that, and I feel like we've kind of settled on a bit of a meta with like
Mhm.
Devil, Executioner, Cook, Ogre, being like these really high priority picks, and then just the interaction with Dual Blader is kind of the next best character is really dictating how a lot of these drafts are going.
Vampire still on the board. Could be a possibility with the Plague Doctor the Supreme already has, but Pathfinder has an opportunity to steal that one away. Still does have this really solid combination of the Devil and the Dual Blader that we've seen sort of wreck house. Poison Dart Hunter falling all the way to phase 2 still will be chosen, though, as Pathfinder locks that one in. As a sort of denial to the Vampire, perhaps. Supreme still has that option, though.
How do you do predictions?
Oh,
And
on Twitch?
yeah.
I'll tell you how to do that for the finals. We'll do that for the finals.
I'll create a new poll.
That's not it. It's not the poll.
No, it's not polls. All right. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll
We'll
figure
do
it
it for the
out,
finals.
folks, and we'll do it for finals. Oh, it's prediction. I found it. Okay.
That is the one, but it takes a bit to type it all out. If you
Who
want to do it
will
right now, then you
win
certainly can.
game 5? Supreme or Pathfinder? All right, there you go. Now you guys can vote on who you think will win. We got
Perfect.
10 seconds.
So Monk was chosen. It
Wow.
actually
Okay.
is making an appearance. Supreme did pick this. I think we've seen it once or twice already today, but this is a I mean, no disrespect to everyone else that we watched, but seeing Supreme and Pathfinder drafted does give it a little bit more weight, I think, because these guys have been having this crazy battle of wits over the past hour.
Okay. All right. Well, it does look
It's
to be going in Supreme's favor initially, but look at how like chaotic this fighting has already become. Like people are all over the place.
Mhm.
Pathfinder quickly turns it around.
Poison Dart Hunter very untouched at this time. Oh, okay. So after swiftly dealing with that front line, it is going to be dealt with by Supreme. Dual Blader ult comes down. So we're still
Okay.
waiting for the Monk ultimate, which effectively makes everybody invincible. It okay, it's not gonna
Did it
come in
go?
quite yet. No, no, no.
It
Oh
got
wait, did it?
interrupted. It got interrupted.
Oh wow. That's a huge deal actually. Pathfinder might have just found his way back in because of that.
It's so close
It's
though.
yeah. Okay, so Devil displacing everyone does fall though.
One kill. One kill separates them. I don't think there's enough time. There's
Oh
not. Supreme's
no.
gonna win the first map.
Wow. Again, another one kill victory. You can see that the strength of these compositions is so good. But oh man.
Okay. All right. Both the relief pitchers coming in. That is a lot of stats
Oh
coming
yeah.
in. That might be too much for Supreme to overcome. Like with
Yeah.
how close everything else has been, the extra like 20 stats on 2 characters. I don't know if he'll be able to deal with that.
Lightning Mage is the adaptation now. That one's going to be banned away. Still, Executioner is on the board. Could just be banned away by Supreme right now.
Lancer and Dual Blader are both still up as well.
Ooh, okay. So Executioner likely going to be first picked based on what we've seen. Let's see. Does he have any Executioner players? He does not. So for Pathfinder,
Plague Doc.
we'll skip
Okay.
it. Yeah, now
We've
Supreme
seen this before.
he has to go for Vampire, I think.
Yeah, it was Vampire Devil was the response in a very similar position here. There's the Vampire. not picking Devil is really scary to me. They are gonna
There it
do
is.
it. Okay, Executioner is really good against Vampire. It's not as strong of a counter, but if you can pull the Coffin like right on over into the middle of the fight, it's really big. So I also really like this Poison Dart Hunter because it's really strong against Vampire.
Move that one. Could still find a good healer though for Supreme, but Priestess has not had very high priority. It is going to be Ranger. Is that
Okay.
Shadowmancer?
It is
For Dawn?
Shadowmancer being played by
Okay.
Dawn currently. So, oh man, these guys are going to be getting in. Plague Doctor is going to be in the fight, so you know that you have to fight. I wonder if this is Pyro is a little bit too unsafe in a lot of these situations up against the Executioner.
Well, I like the Shield Bearer a lot. If he does end
Yeah,
up going for this, you get
I
the
am
big
like,
taunt.
I agree.
I feel like
I'm a
this.
fan.
I feel like this works quite well with what Devil wants to do too.
This is
This
tough.
might be enough, but you have to remember the relief pitchers are in, so it's a lot of stats. Looks like it's going to Plague Doctor and Executioner.
Okay. All right. This is going to be big. If Supreme is going to win, he's probably going to win this game because like the relief
Mhm.
pitcher winning 2 sets. Look
Oh,
at the Executioner
the
pulling in the
yank,
Vampire. Vampire's doing nothing.
massive. Yeah, because the in the past where we saw the vampire and the devil locked in as a counter to the Plague Doctor, Executioner was banned, but not this time. So
Mhm.
Pathfinder finding that is a really big deal. Supreme's still winning though.
Oh, the Magic Knight just pulling everybody in. Devil is completely
Yeah.
untouched. They pull it in now, but the Plague Doctor.
Oh,
Oh no! Everybody's desynced. Everybody's desynced. The ultimate from Archer just
they're
continues
all
it through.
so low though. They're about to die. Okay, the Shadowmancer.
Okay, Vampire's online.
Supreme might have just done it. We have 14 seconds left. It's tied.
10 seconds. We're still tied between these two. But
It's
6
going to
seconds. 2
overtime,
kills.
I think.
Supreme
Wait.
comes ahead. He's 3 kills. 2
He's
seconds
4
left. He's
kills
gonna
up.
do it. Supreme's gonna win and go to
The
our grand
reverse
finals.
sweep.
Oh my god, Supreme manages to do it.
Wow. Talk about a draft download, Joshi. It took him 5 best of 3s to do it, but the download was inevitable. Supreme's going to the finals against Cole, and we're gonna be watching that one here in just a little bit, but
Okay,
that
okay.
was so fun.
That was crazy. Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to watch Pathfinder Okami Kenji as well. So let me confer with the players a little bit, see what they're willing to do, see if they're willing to wait for us to do the entire third place match, and then we might have even more teamfight manager action because I I don't know about you guys, but this has been fantastic. I'm so
This
glad
is
we're doing
cool. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. This is really sick. I'm
All right,
having a lot of fun.
we're gonna take a short break, figure out what's going on next, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back with the grand finals first. It is me, Joshi, joined here by Smacks that direction, and it is going to be first place going first, and then after that, we are going to be having third place. But we are going to start off with Cole, the Evil Genius's social media manager, going up against Supreme, who just took down Pathfinder in a nail biter of a series, and now going to be playing for the grand finals prize.
Woo boy, we are in for some fun stuff. So Cole took a 3-0 in his semifinal match, which is pretty impressive. After beating Peter Dunn in a draft challenge, which is already impressive. We're getting down to this, and oh look at that, we do actually have a player that has played on Evil Geniuses, and that is Bang. So we
Ooh,
do finally have one of those.
true. Also, one of my favorite players. I know probably nobody else here has heard of him, but Paz, the anti-climax piercing spear cockroach, is the top laner in LJL. Has been one of the most animated players of all time. Really recommend watching his camera whenever you guys play, or if you ever tune in LJL. But I am kind of surprised that he's going to be the number 3 pick, as he has anticlimax and cockroach, which aren't exactly things that I'm particularly impressed by whenever I see them. And it means that Choo Choo, who has King of Best of 5, which I guess doesn't matter, but also Smell of Blood and Gale, which are important things to me, ends up just going over uncontested to Supreme.
Yeah, Supreme getting his hands on that one might potentially put him in there. But yeah, lots of traits. Definitely a lot of traits to have in the finals. Which again, this is going to be the same format as the semifinals. It's a bunch of best of threes, and whoever wins 3 of them in a row, or not in a row, 3 of them total, takes it. So getting into this, we see that Cole is pretty set with the 4 that he got right off the bat. And just like in previous sets, Ogre is not allowed, and neither is Cook.
Yeah. Well, not particularly surprised on either of, I guess, any of these bands. They've all been
Yeah.
pretty much picked perennially. And honestly, I don't really expect a whole lot of difference. I'm expecting to see a very similar set of drafts to what we just saw, with a bit of a random number generator, but instead, Cole liking the Lightning Mage, which was not seen at all between Supreme and Pathfinder.
But it was seen a lot against Peter Dunn for Cole, having tons of success with that one. The comp that I called the Power Rangers was a really big deal. Not going for the Ice Mage right away is going to take the Devil instead, but still can be a pretty big deal. But Supreme seeing this Lightning Mage is like, well, I guess you just gave me the broken combination from my last set, which is Vampire Plague Doctor. So will be using that one to great effect. And I do want to mention this also, does have a life of the party on his team. So all 3 of his other members will have slightly faster movement speed and attack speed.
Honestly, Solon being both an executioner player and life of the party and fast runner makes him pretty darn good. I feel
Yeah.
like in a lot of ways, Supreme kind of won the player draft, but we are seeing a very different style of draft coming through for Cole. And I remember saying earlier, he's drafting in ways that I would never think are good, but he's doing them anyway, and he's winning with them.
Yeah, so we're getting those worlds colliding now, as we, of course, are casting the Teamfight Manager World Championship. The Berserker, which we didn't see in any of the games in the last series, which went to all 5 games. We got to see like 12 maps played out. Berserker wasn't in any of them. But now, in the first one of the finals, we're seeing Cole pull that out.
Okay. It's not going well so far, but it's still really early. Look at where the coffin is, though. This is why Vampire can really struggle up against the Devil. It didn't do anything for a long time. Plague Doc only affecting 2 people, and the Archer ult not doing that much either.
Wow. Supreme's still in a huge lead, though, all things considered. Cole did, I believe, choose to cast ults late, so that's why we didn't see them right away, and we'll be seeing them now. Berserker just able to hit everybody one after another. That's a really good Berserker ultimate. That's exactly what you want when you cast that.
Okay, and Lightning Mage, look at how ineffective this vampire has been so far, even with the Plague Doctor ult coming through and the fact that it doesn't yet have any effectiveness. It's still not used its ult, and
Wow.
it hasn't done anything for like 10 seconds, and it might be enough anyway.
It doesn't matter at all. No ultimate needed for Vampire Supreme still. Oh, wait. I almost ate my words.
Almost.
As it was just a 1 kill gap by the end. But yeah, turns out Vampire doesn't need the ultimate after all. Still a dub for Supreme in the first game.
Wow, okay. I mean, we got a lot left to see, right? That was only game one, and Supreme didn't get particularly good ults, let's be fair,
Mhm.
right? The
Absolutely.
Plague Doctor only hit 2 people, um, and then they kind of got run over a little bit by Berserker, so I feel like it might be a little bit less indicative as we might have expected, but we have to remember that it was so close anyway.
Definitely was. All right. So, second draft going to be in the cards for us. Cole, like I was saying before, did go for the Berserker quite early on in the draft. And we will be seeing if he wants to continue on, or maybe we see Cole conform to what we saw from Supreme and Pathfinder, which did end up giving us a much more competitive series overall than what Cole provided. But at the same time, if Cole got a 3-0 playing the same stuff, then why would he stop playing Berserker now?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have to kind of ask a question, right? Because we did see Okami Kenji beat Orbital, but I believe Okami said that he got this game like yesterday, right? Right, and
Very true.
he still made it to top three. So I don't want to undercut it, but it is kind of like a question, right? It's very obvious to me that Supreme and Pathfinder have played this game a lot.
We're I don't actually know how much Cole has played this game. We should ask him after this. But still going for the tried and true Lightning Mage Berserker. We'll see if Supreme wants to ban away the other healer in the main healer and the priestess. Does have that option as Supreme was able to first pick the cook, which we did not see a lot of play at all from in the semifinals.
Priestess does come through, doesn't get banned
Mhm.
away, so this is interesting. The Magic Knight can hit through the front line, and it can also really crush front lines as well. So it's
Mhm.
kind of became more popular throughout the last series we saw through Supreme and Pathfinder, and now Devil much more effective against the Lightning Mage and Priestess than it was previously. So it is a kind of a tough spot coming in for Cole. I
Mhm.
don't actually know what you pick here to fix this.
Oh wow.
Apparently the
I guess
answer is
it'll be
Ninja.
the ninja. Yeah. Lots of lots of backline access out of that. Doesn't necessarily fit with what the rest of this composition wants to do, but for assassins that isn't typically a really big problem. What might be a problem though is that Cole is not getting any bonuses from his champion pool. So for Tall, he does get 13 to both stats for Archer, but the other 7 players in this map don't get any of that.
Not sure how much that will end up meaning in this game, right? I mean, we have to pay attention to how effective this Plague Doctor is, but remember, Devil is just going to bring, not the Plague Doctor, but the Priestess right into the middle of the game. We're noticing that the Priestess just comes right towards the center and is dying very, very quickly. This is very quickly running away in favor of Supreme.
Yeah, Archer has not been attacked a single time in the 25 seconds that's gone on. Just now getting hit by the lightning and will go down, but the first half of this match was so clean from the Archer from Tall, avoiding the ninja too. You can see some some stutter stepping from it, trying to stay alive, and it works because the cook healing is crazy.
Mhm. Wow. Also, Smell of Blood becoming more and more effective for the Magic Knight. It is one of the primary damage dealers coming in for Supreme, and going to be doing quite respectable damage, almost as much as the nearly untouched Archer who only died once.
Yeah,
So that was, pretty dominant victory coming in for Supreme over Cole in this first one. But remember, we are in a best of 5, so winning just the first set isn't the end of the world.
definitely not. We just watched Supreme he took the full reverse sweep against Pathfinder, so we do have to remember that this could still be a long series, but definitely a strong opener from Supreme. That second game gives a lot more confidence, I would say. A win by 14 kills is not something that we've seen too often as we get to the later stages of this
Mhm.
bracket.
So I'm trying to think on what really went wrong. I feel like the cook going over is really dangerous because it's such a versatile character, right? There are some characters that we've seen that are very strong but aren't necessarily quite as versatile, like the devil, right?
Mhm.
I don't think you can just pick into any comp and just be like, yeah, that's what we want.
Cook seems like it is that though, just as you were
Right.
saying, and we're there's a reason why we didn't see it very often in the previous set, banned pretty much every single time. But
Mhm.
moving into this draft, Cole's thinking on whether or not he wants to prioritize Xpeke or Kongyu. Um, Honestly, looking at the rest of this setup, Supreme is probably thinking the same thing. So we'll see if they actually end up trading or if it's a double coin flip.
I'm not a big fan of the Duruchigi trait because
Mm.
again, that's one of those things that changes your targeting. I don't remember exactly how it changes your targeting, but it's pretty rough whenever that happens. So I also feel like on the red side now, Cole is getting less value out of love for blue. So I feel like it's going to be a bit of a coin flip on this one, and I'm a bit surprised he's not going for Rudbeckia, who is a love for red. Oh,
Well,
interesting. They
so
both get the opposite one.
yeah, very curious. Supreme does end up with at least one love for blue, but yeah, they both prioritized the other.
Mhm.
Perhaps as a denial, but I wouldn't think that your first pick is a denial, as I believe we're getting the bug again.
We are getting the bug. It is a bit of an unfortunate situation, but it is up to Cole on how he wants to deal with this, and if he just chooses to wait like the 45 seconds as it appears he is doing, it will mean that we will just play with whatever four four characters, four players, the game decides is his.
In the meantime, I can move my camera over so you can see Patroclus.
Oh, all right,
He is well, there's the picture of him as
nice.
Spider-Man, which is great. Let's see. I have to move this out of the way. All right. Can you see him over there? And it's pretty dark.
Pretty dark. Is he just like hiding around the corner? I think I might see his ears.
Yeah, that is his ear.
All
There's
right, all right.
Cassidy.
Hello, Cassidy.
Yeah, Patroclus is over there.
Mhm.
Oh, and
All
there's
right, and it
you.
sounds like we are back. Oh, it is me. I'm on screen twice. That's
Wow.
OP. All right. Well, let's see. Is there anything that's out of place? It does look like Kang
No
Yue is still
pinch
in.
hitters or anything.
Yeah. No, I don't think there were anything like that on either side. So, Cole is adapting. He is banning the cook and the ogre away.
Mhm.
I think ogre is
Executioner.
good, but I'm not as convinced as these guys that it is a necessary ban.
Yeah. At this rate, I don't think we're going to be seeing much punishment of it, as it is looking like it's just going to be the meta to ban that away rather than trying to find an answer to it. We are already in the finals after all.
Mhm.
Um, we'll see though. We've seen some creativity. Poison Dart Hunter's still up though, and I'm not sure if Cole is realizing that he could have gone
Oh.
for that quite yet. Is going to go for the sniper rather than it, and the shield bearer. And again, Poison Dart Hunter goes all the way to phase two.
And interestingly enough, we are seeing the devil come through again. So remember that does interact positively with the dual blader that Supreme has picked up,
Mm-hmm.
and it also interacts positively with the sniper that Cole has grabbed. So I think it's going to be a very tough situation for Cole to deal with this. Like I feel like they can just pick on the sniper, and that might be enough. It's just very hard from the deal with that. Like Archer is a little bit better in a lot of these situations up against the devil, but it's still not the easiest thing in the world to play against it because of how warping it is to the front line backline archetypes that we typically see.
Really like the Ice Mage ban as well. Could have potentially stunned up this double front line that Supreme has locked in for himself, and definitely you don't want that to happen.
Mhm.
As the Archer comes through, and
Expecting
Supreme still
Lancer.
has Lancer could be pretty good. I was thinking maybe one of the Knight picks again. As the taunt is pretty sick, but nope, it
There
will
we
be
go.
Lancer
Okay. All right.
and
Remember,
Pyromancer to round it out. Really good against a lot of frontline.
the biggest thing is again this devil being a huge wild card with how it changes the way like the back and forth works. So I feel like Cole is again drafting against the meta. And he got really close once and then got punished really hard. But look at where
Yeah.
Sniper is. Like, Sniper is still shooting, and that's big because a lot of characters won't be able to do anything during that spot.
Oh
But
wow.
they're falling behind.
Devil stayed alive for so long, still hasn't died. Still
Hmm.
hasn't died, right? Actually, is did bring the fighter into the fray, not exactly what you're looking for.
Okay. Uh, Oh, the
Oh,
Pyro
the
ult's not going to
pyro.
do anything. Oh, but Devil goes into it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does not end up mattering. Devil does get one shot by the combination of the sniper and the pyromancer abilities, but yeah, we're still seeing Supreme more than double the kills, potentially looking at triple. Yeah, there it is. And again,
Hmm.
we're seeing some pretty one-sided action for Supreme.
All right, it is looking rough right now for Cole. It doesn't look like he has adapted to the initial meta, right? Devil is
Hmm.
just so warping on the way that he wants to play. I think he would actually have more success against Ogre than he would against Devil. So, either I feel like he can either adapt to the way that Supreme and Pathfinder were playing, which is not the way that he was playing previously,
Right.
or he can try and just remove like executioner and devil and get rid of all of this warping like front lane back line kind of stuff so that he can actually play the rest of this.
Devil's gone. For Supreme, he may be wanting to ban Ogre anyway, so at least on blue side you have that cushion for Cole. Maybe like getting away with Ogre does lead to it being banned anyway. As he does ban away the dual blader. Still pisses me off that the B is lowercase.
Mhm. It's even the point, right? It's not even like one word,
Yeah,
like
I
some
know. There's no hyphen either.
yeah. Okay,
Executioner
executioner
first
goes
pick.
through for Cole. It is pretty good. He's got a love for blue piercing spear on Kong Yue. So ogre comes through. We'll
You
see.
don't want to pull the ogre as executioner, so this is already a pretty good spot
Okay.
for ogre to be in.
Needs to ban exorcist, but the problem is he also needs to ban vampire. This
And
might be a
Shadowmancer.
checkmate. Yeah. Oh no, there are too many things that Cole needs to deal with. It's
Okay,
the
chooses
vampire choice.
vampire.
Okay.
So we're looking at a likelihood of exorcist and shadowmancer at this point. If you are committed to your ogre being the biggest carry, you could instead pivot if you're supreme, and knowing that you don't really need that, as the executioner could pull your ogre anyway, and actually will just deny away the Power Ranger duo or trio rather.
This is a really interesting spot because I feel like you have a lot of options and it becomes super, super sharp. I'm not super convinced that Gunner is great into Ogre, but you are very, very ranged. The Executioner
Mhm.
is pretty decent into like the Pyro, but instead going to be pivoting into Shield Bearer. And I'm a little bit scared right now because I don't know if they actually have enough damage to deal with the Ogre. And
This is a really good
yeah,
spot for barrier mage for supreme, by the way. Won't
Gambler.
go for it, and Gambler is the choice. Barrier Mage would have been really good though. You can deny away a lot of the damage from the mages, and I believe it blocks the hook from Executioner. So
Oh, that would make sense. Going with no instructions, it looks like. His
yeah,
players are just doing their own thing.
they are.
Okay.
We do have representation of all three Power Rangers here. Very exciting.
Look at that. See, look at
Yep,
what
there it is. He
Chuki
hooked in
does.
the ogre.
Hmm. And Shield Bearer is just like running all around, not necessarily being a strong front line. They're just running at Lightning Mage all across on the other side of the map, and so Lightning Mage is kind of doing their own thing. Good hook, interrupts the ultimate.
But they don't have damage onto this ogre quite yet. And again, you're hooking in the ogre. That's not exactly what you want. They do have enough damage in the end to do it, but I'm still a little bit worried for Cole at this point. He does have a lead. Freezing the ogre is really good.
Oh, it's so close. It's so close with no ultimates though. I'm just not convinced that the Shield Bearer with the Dudichigi going to be doing him anything, but it's so close. One
It's
kill's the
so
difference.
close.
Overtime, overtime.
No! No! We were pulling for you at the end. But man, what a comeback for the players there for Supreme.
Okay.
That's a 2-0 in the finals.
Yeah, 2-0, 2-0 currently coming in for Supreme. And now they have to decide what side they actually want to play. So we are going to be getting a new lobby once again. Remember, the person who wants to be blue does have to make the lobby. See, titles it rip.
Man.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what he can do at this point. It feels like Supreme just has his number.
I just caught up on the chat a little bit, and Cubby agrees with me that 4-pick barrier mage is Exodia. I'm telling you, man, that pick is fun. Definitely try it out more.
Mm.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, this could be the last draft that we see if Supreme finds the 3-0, but Cole made it all the way to the finals, still looking for some more set victories.
Yeah, we definitely saw again the semifinal between Supreme and Pathfinder was really, really close. And in some regards might be the real finals based on how this has gone. But we also saw, OPTSM fan Sean did manage to pick up a game off of Pathfinder. So maybe he's actually the third best player in this entire thing. He just got an
Yeah,
unlucky bracket draw.
might be. All right, so we got the draft. You know what? I Josh I'm pretty impressed that the players that we've seen have managed to pick every single champion except for one. There's only one champion that hasn't been chosen. Do you know who it is?
Only one champion that hasn't been chosen. Oh, it's gonna be one of the new characters,
It is a pretty
right?
new
No.
one, yeah.
Illusionist was picked. I don't know. Who is it?
It's Boomerang Hunter.
Oh, yeah, that character would suck.
Nobody has chosen Boomerang Hunter. For good reason, but it would be pretty cool if we got to see every single character at least once. Now, I'm not suggesting that we see any win trading with Boomerang Hunter,
Well,
but
maybe Supreme. Maybe if you want to give the audience what they want, you can get every single character by finding a way to make
yeah,
Boomerang Hunter work for us.
we've still got the third place match, so
We do.
there there are
Still
options.
possible. And it's possible that it was played in this tournament. We just didn't see it, right?
Yeah,
I have to imagine somebody probably played Boomerang Hunter somewhere.
yeah, maybe. She looks like the really scantily clad Sivir skin.
Hmm. Is it a she? I think they're topless.
That doesn't mean it's not a she.
I know, but I don't think Korea would be willing to have topless characters, female characters.
Maybe.
Topless
I
female
don't know.
presenting characters, to be
Well,
fair.
nonetheless, it does still it. They look
They.
like Sivir.
Yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was trying to think of like another character that we haven't seen, but you're right. We have seen every other character at least once today. Like we only saw Gambler. We saw Gambler twice. We saw Gunner once. We saw Bard once. We saw Illusionist once. We saw Necro once, maybe twice. But the Executioner coming through. We are seeing the Archer also coming through at this point, and Poison Dart Hunter. So not gonna have the same kind of displacement. Devil still on the table, but can still be banned away by these teams.
I'm pretty surprised the Devil has gone this far down. Probably banned, I would imagine. Yep,
There
there
it
it is.
Yeah, no question about it. Cole does not want that. And so Knight is a much more
Wow.
standard composition, like traditional style front to back. You have a bunch of different kinds of damage coming through, but Pyro is there.
Mhm.
I kind of like Necro here, to be honest, but the Berserker's gonna
Ooh,
be
back to
insane.
Berserker. Yeah. And it's Ice Mage. Okay, this Ice Mage is really good. I was thinking that, like you were saying, Supreme has a really standard draft. Just for like all around, you get everything that the game has to offer in a very basic sense. And he was just missing that mage. And not only is Ice Mage good for that specifically, but it's really good against Berserker, as we've already mentioned before. It can struggle into this Executioner, I feel, but if Executioner is the first target right here, then maybe it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Or I mean, we're seeing it do all right. The Executioner just like making the front lines really weird. But we're also seeing the Dual Blader
Mhm.
Knight combo working rather effectively, and it is giving Supreme pretty big early lead. But we haven't seen any ultimates yet come through for
Ooh,
Cole.
that Ice Mage ultimate, not the greatest, only hitting one target, but not
Okay,
necessary for Supreme. Okay, Berserker ults while Ice Mage is dead is a really big deal. Only got canceled on one auto attack. Could be Cole's avenue back to success.
still behind
Nice
though.
hook.
Pyro in an awkward position. Oh, I don't feel like the Poison Dart Hunter is getting that much value, and we saw it like when
Yeah.
when Knight's dead, the taunt still goes off, and Berserker just stood there for a long time, last couple of seconds, but
Look at
he's only within one
Executioner.
kill. Overtime.
Executioner's getting so much
One
value
second,
down.
1 second, it's not enough.
Oh, it was really close there for Cole. Executioner was doing a lot of work. And I was optimistic with the Berserker ultimate while Ice Mage was dead, but can't do it in the end.
Okay. Well, I mean, we got to see the reverse sweep of all reverse sweeps come out from Cole if he wants to still win this. He lost the first set 2-0. He lost the second set 2-0. Now he's down 1-0 in potentially his last set of the entire tournament. And Supreme looking to be the world champion of Teamfight Manager, as it were.
Yeah. True, definitively. He would have the world championship trophy. We got to make a trophy.
We do. See what I can do. Oh, he has a relief pitcher too. That's brutal right now because he just gets like a plus 20 on both of his stats. Or it's a lot. It's like plus 10 at the very least. It is very impactful.
Cream
Clutch
does miss out on the love for red though, back on blue. So it's gonna be something to keep in mind. Executioner still up.
Archer first
Supreme.
pick.
Yeah, wow. So this was a champion that was banned a lot in the past few games. Supreme likes it enough to first pick it, even though Devil and Executioner, this displacement duo, is still up. And so is Dual Blader. So I don't know if Cole's going to be able to pick this. Supreme probably bans it right now, but if he does, that's still a pretty solid spot for it. And no, not going to be banned away. Cole has that opportunity.
Okay, Dual Blader does go through. It looks like this is something that I don't know if we've seen Cole pick previously. Magic Knight is available. There are a lot of melee champions on Cole's team. So I
Mhm.
wonder Lightning Mage and Pyro, I think, are too vulnerable to the displacement coming
Right.
through. Maybe Lancer.
I kind of like just a standard fighter here for
Yeah.
Supreme. I think fighter is perfectly serviceable. You don't really mind too much if he gets yanked away, and you have some nice like stall displacement.
Okay,
Is
it
going to be
does.
Lancer. That's a pretty similar champion
Mhm.
to fighter, I'd say.
Yeah, less damage, a bit tankier. So we do see the Pyro come through here at the very end for Cole. It is a very tough position to be in, right? Remember, he has to win. He has to win out effectively.
Yep.
He has to win the next two. He does get a clutch hitter to come through if he does win this next one, and love for blue. So Melisson will be incredibly impactful, but Cole has to win this particular map in order to really have that insane amount of damage.
See if we can do it. Lots of displacement on this comp. The
Oh,
damage to Pyromancer still pretty untouched. Oh, just got knocked into the enemy
oh.
team though. That's not good.
Okay, but it's kind of coming back, right? Like Pyromancer just being able to sit here, like the little golem that they spawn is
Yeah.
doing a lot of damage based on where everybody is standing. So this is fairly close. Executioner does pull Archer, and they blow it up pretty quickly.
Ooh. Yeah, the zone control of the Pyromancer ult is not one that you can use very often. You can see it was just a
Devil.
semicircle. Oh, okay. So the Dual Blader ultimate just bursted the whole team. It's a full ace for Cole. Supreme's comp still looks very powerful, is still finding these kills afterward, but there is that slight window. It's still so close.
Okay, one more kill can be the deciding factor. It's two
Oh.
kills go over. One more, or we got overtime. We're at overtime.
Oh, overtime!
Oh, and it goes over to Cole.
Cole got it! All right, we have at least one more map. If Cole can clutch this out, then he still has his way back into this finals.
Look at Melisson, 44-48. Love for blue, clutch hitter in game 3. That is double the stats of anybody else on the map in both categories. Melisson, if he can get one of his characters that he's really good at, will absolutely blow this game up. So I wonder if Cole's going to be prioritizing PDH even heavier than he already was.
Oh, man. All right, Cole. See if you can clutch this out. We saw Supreme do it in the semis. Good start with the cook ban. I definitely
I
appreciate
do like
that
that.
one. That's
Alright.
good step one.
Okay. Caps and Reckless, the Fnatic duo on Supreme. Love for red relief pitcher, both pretty strong. But
Okay.
PDH does get banned away. So now
Archer and Ogre are up. Lots of good duos actually. So you can go for the Plague Doctor Vampire as well. That's available here.
so there's lots of freedom here. And look, Cole is like, what do I go for? Which of these combos is actually the strongest, and which one can I pick in isolation? Ends up going with the Plague Doctor. So
Good
we've seen
denial.
Vampire Devil, but there's no Devil.
No devil. Ogre is available for Supreme. Still locking in the Archer first. Ooh, okay. So there's Dual Blader. Not wanting to give that one up again.
Oh.
And Cole going with his signature Berserker in potentially his last game.
I do like the Vampire ban. I like Vampire a little bit better than I like Berserker, but I still think Berserker is pretty strong, and Ogre really strong
Ooh.
into these melee champions.
Yeah. I really like this because Supreme he didn't want to pick this Ogre if Ice Mage was available, but Cole doesn't want Ice Mage to be available for Supreme either because he locked in this Berserker. Now
Wow.
rounding it out with another healer, Priestess and this Berserker. Cole really appreciating this combination, and the Pyromancer could potentially deal enough damage before Ogre actually gets in range. But one thing does concern me about Supreme's composition. He doesn't actually have a lot of crowd control to pair this Dual Blader up with. Really just will be the base damage of the auto attacks and the ultimate.
Well, I mean, you still have the Archer, the little stutter step if anybody gets too close, but nobody will really get that close. And look at this, the
Oh,
full ult comes through, and another ult is going to continue to disjoint the composition coming out from Cole, but we still haven't seen Plague Doctor ultimate.
still waiting on that one. Pyroman. Oh, wait, Ninja actually dives into the Pyro. That actually did get a little bit
Oh, the
extra.
Plague Doctor ultimate's free! The Berserker's gonna
Oh,
pop off, but the
look at that
what?
Berserker.
How many do they get? Okay, we're now within 2, but I don't know if it's enough. The Berserker is dead again.
Wait for this. Oh, Ninja's in the back line finding kills too. It's a 2-kill gap. Ogre's in range though. Look at
Oh,
the
that's it.
bonks.
The
That's gotta be
bonks are
it.
there. 3 kills. I don't think there's enough time. Ninja can dive in. Dual Blader goes down.
Supreme
Okay.
did it!
Oh. Oh, it's
Supreme
it.
is the world champion!
Wow, what a dominant series coming in for Supreme, taking it 3-0, only dropping a single map to Cole that entire time.
That's
Hey, Ted,
amazing.
you're pulling our audio through Discord, right? Oh,
Oh, look,
there's the
there's
VTuber.
Cole.
Hello, Cole.
there's
right.
his VTuber feed.
Let me.
He's rolling his eyes.
Unbelievable. Look at that. All right, I'm gonna pull Supreme up real quick
What
so
a
we can
nice
have a
cat
chance to
boy.
talk to him. Oh, he left. Where did Supreme go?
Oh no.
I waited too long. They're just talking about it. Oh no. Well, gentlemen and ladies and everybody else, that was our winner, Supreme taking it in a dominant fashion here over Pathfinder, and then crushing Cole in the
Yeah.
finals. And oh, there he is, Supreme. Let's get in here, Mr. Supreme. How are you doing today?
Hello, good.
All right, K-Tad, you want to jump us over to something a little bit more appropriate than Cole's VTuber? It's okay. It's okay. There we
Here
go.
we are.
All right, Supreme. Well, I don't know if you realize this, but not only have you won the first ever Teamfight Manager Tournament, but this was also a tournament with international players. So you are now officially the Teamfight Manager World Champion.
You know what's funny about that? I haven't even won worlds like inside the game yet.
What? What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I think my highest division was like semi-pro.
What? What?
I mean,
How much time have you put into this game?
I have like 20 hours. It's just that I usually like play on different saves. I never play on one
Ah.
save consistently, so I never made it that far on a
Oh,
particular one.
okay. Because we were talking
You're the
about
kind of
that.
guy who spends 10 hours on your Skyrim character and then spends another 10 hours on your next Skyrim character. Yeah.
It's like I just give up on my saves too quickly. That's why. It's like I was like if I lose one
Gotcha.
game, I'm like okay, I'm going to next one.
Oh, perfect runs are nothing. Okay. Well, so first off, congratulations on winning
Yeah,
this
thanks.
first one. I'm kind of curious what your read on, what characters were you prioritizing in your drafts, and like, was there anything that you thought that you did better that other people weren't picking up on?
Um, I'm not really sure on what I did better, but as for the meta, like I think there's like a few combos that are super good, like Dual Blader plus Archer. I really like that one, and then Vampire with Plague Doctor. Like I think it's really hard to lose if you have like those two combos. So I usually try to get one or the other
Mhm.
every game.
So I'm curious then, because I know that you and Pathfinder and Cole, the three
Mhm.
players that we've seen in our top four rather consistently, both went blue side. Is it easier to get these combos as blue side?
Um, yeah, that's what like actually no, the main reason isn't actually for the combo. It's for Cook, cause
Ah.
you if you're on red side, you have to ban Cook or else they're gonna first pick you, right? So
Mhm.
so basically on blue side, you basically have one extra ban. Like that's at least my rationale. Think because like
Got it.
Cook literally fits into every single comp, and also has like very few counters. Because even if you have like some like Executioner, even if she gets pulled in, she can like survive the burst.
Yeah.
Because her HP and defense is like a lot higher than like Priestess or Shrine Maiden.
Mm. Yeah, we noticed that. I mean, it was pretty much permanently banned.
Yeah.
So,
All
Max,
right.
what thoughts do you have? Because I mean, you've been here this entire time too.
I have. So do you feel accomplished now that you've gotten your world championship in this tournament, or do those losses in series to Pathfinder sort of tarnish this a little bit and you need to restart the run again?
um, I think I'll take it for this time.
All right.
Yo,
Yeah.
So next time you're looking for the lossless run, just perfect victory then.
Yeah.
sure. I mean, if Pathfinder's in there, then no chance.
Oh, there you go. All right, I do have one last question though, because a lot of people like
Yeah,
coming into
sure.
this having played basically only PvE. We've only really played the bots. A lot of it. Some
Mm.
of us have a little bit of experience. How much time have you spent playing other players in this game before this tournament?
Um, like 20 minutes.
Wow.
I just I had like I signed with this tournament with like one other friend. He also
Mhm.
lost to Pathfinder,
Mm.
So me and him, we basically like practice against each other for like, yeah, like 30 minutes. We play like 2, 3 best of threes. That's all.
Wow. Well,
I mean,
apparently
like
that's
it
all
it
you need.
just came out, so how would you even play that
Yeah.
much?
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, people have had like a week, and I know people are already in the idea of like, hey, let's get a league going so we can have an
Yeah, I
opportunity.
haven't tried
So
out the league yet. And also,
yeah,
there's like no
Yeah.
like queue, right? You can't just join a queue, so that's why it's like hard to get a lot of multiplayer experience.
exactly. Yeah, you have to know people and be like, hey, let's do this at some point. So I mean, honestly, I'm really impressed with how little time you put into it and how like dominant of a draft you've had, right? Because I don't know how much of the stream you've been watching, but we have like your buddy Firescope, who I think you were talking about, right? Was that is that your
Mm-hmm.
friend?
Yeah.
He took out
Yeah, it is.
Cubby, who is like the
Yeah.
Miami University coach, right? Like he does this not quite for a living. Peter Dunn, lost to Elusive Hunter, who you just took down in finals.
Wait,
Smacked.
what?
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
Evil
Like
Genius's coach.
EG head coach,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's him.
right. We've
bro. What?
got Orbital. Orbital does casting. I know. Let's see. I know OPTSM fan has been around the scene for a long time. Like he's been a big part of everything. He does
I mean,
drafting as
I
well.
play
Like we
like a
got
lot of
big names.
league, so maybe
Mhm.
that's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't we all, my friend? Don't we
Don't we
all?
all? All
Yeah.
right.
Well, that was really impressive. If that's 20 minutes, then I want to see 20 hours. Great job.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before we have an opportunity to, look at the third place match and see how Pathfinder does against Okami?
Um, I'm rooting for Pathfinder, I guess. That's all. Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
for
having
that,
me,
brother.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you so
absolutely.
much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your victory. We will be doing this again soon, and I'll hit you up after this in order to get you, your big $25 for winning.
Woo.
Woo!
Okay, thank you.
You'll
All
have
right.
made more money on the game than you spent. It's great.
Woo! True.
True.
All right.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah,
See
take
ya.
care. Thanks for coming out. All right. Well, that's that. That's finals.
Yeah.
Supreme took it down over Elusive Hunter Cole in a pretty dominant fashion, but we do have one series left to go. Smacks, I know. Are we gonna be losing you? Is it gonna be just me?
Yes.
All
So,
right.
Cassie and I do need to get some food, but this has been great. I would love to do this again. If we're putting this all together again, this is fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, that has been it, everyone, for that part of it. We're gonna take a short break real quick, and then we will be getting into our last series of the day between Okami Kenji and Pathfinder for a third place match. See you in a few. Hello, everyone. It's just me now. Smacks does have to go get dinner, but we are going to be getting into our third place match. I've been having a lot of fun, so everybody who has still been sticking around, thank you for watching this entire time. We did just see our first place go over to Supreme over Elusive Hunter, also known as Cole, the EG social media manager. But now we have our third place match, our bonus round between Pathfinder and Okami Kenji. So remember, from what we saw previously, Pathfinder really took Supreme the distance, whereas Okami uh, had an opportunity. They beat Orbital. Then they did lose in the semifinals up against, let me remind myself, up against Elusive Hunter in a quick fashion. And now they're going to be going up against Pathfinder. So we are really kind of coming down to the wire here as I'm gonna be honest. Based on how close Supreme and Pathfinder were, and how quickly Supreme was able to dispatch Elusive Hunter, I wonder how quick this one is going to be. Right. I think a lot of it will really come down to the fact that there's not that it's pretty consistent in Teamfight Manager how quick games actually go, right? Like you are just on a timer. If you feel like you're unable to win and you don't want to wait too much longer, you can just hold the S key and surrender. But I think there's always a chance. We've been seeing some pretty crazy things happen throughout this entire tournament. And Pathfinder now on the blue side, as he is going to be taking that, will end up having that extra ban, as Supreme said, because Cook is just so strong right now. It also gives us an interesting idea for later, right? Because we've gotten a little bit of feedback, so I'd be curious, Twitch chat, what you guys feel about this in general, because this is the first ever tournament we've done, right? So we're kind of experimenting with things as we go, and so we started off with just kind of throwing things out the wall. I'm really liking the player draft, but I also wonder if we need to up the average skill level, right? These stats are kind of low, and so it is making clutch hitter and relief pitcher a little bit more powerful than I was initially expecting. So let me know what you guys think on that part of the game. Also, if Cook is really that strong, as the tournament organizer, we have the ability to adjust characters at the beginning of the tournament, right? We can say Cook is going to be having these stats tuned down by this much. Is that something you're interested in? Is that something you guys would like to see a little bit more of? Let me know what you think about that. We'll take it into consideration because I am planning to do this again, and I'm not sure exactly when, but I will want to be doing this more than once because I've been having a lot of fun with this. Anyway, we are going to be getting into it, and I feel like, to be straight up, we've seen a lot of great drafting, and now Okami Kenji and Pathfinder have a lot of tape to watch, right? We've been seeing a lot of focus on different characters, and so this is one of the biggest differences we've seen so far, right? Pathfinder putting a little bit more stock into this Poison Dart Hunter than we saw Supreme did, but the priestess wasn't something that was banned previously. And it was picked a couple of times, but we've also seen that it can struggle against like the executioner, the devil. There's a couple other things that it doesn't do well against. And we also know that Supreme was just telling us that he thinks Plague Doctor plus Vampire is an incredibly strong combination, as well as what was the other one that he mentioned? Dual Blader plus Archer, something else he really liked. But this is very different. We're seeing the Bard being the first pick actually coming out right now for Okami, and the Plague Doctor gonna be going over to the other side. So a very different prioritization coming through, and so it makes me wonder, is Okami like some secret genius? Is there something that he figured out? He's had some time to scrim against his friends or practice different strategies in the meantime. He's gotten to see how these things have already interacted in the stream so far. So maybe there's something that he thinks might be really strong at this position. I really like how Bard interacts with Plague Doctor in particular because it is such a heavy attack speed slow whenever anybody goes in, and the extra attack speed is very beneficial for both the Shrine Maiden and the Berserker. But I'm also just a little bit worried that picking it up so early, it's like this centerpiece to your composition as opposed to a tech piece might come back to hurt him a little bit because there's a lot of range and a pretty strong front line already coming out for Pathfinder, whereas Okami needs to find an answer to the fact that it's kind of hard for him to actually hit the opposing backline. Like he can just stop it from hitting with the Bard potentially, but it's hard to actually make that work. And the Swordsman is going to be the answer. What strategies does he use? Where does he send his members? Because there's not a ton of mastery for these guys for him to play with. Are we taking a little bit of time? About 40 seconds. Narrow the distance. Yeah, there's not a lot of, or there is the Poison Dart Hunter, right? Which does have the circle it puts down. Everybody takes a ton of poison all at once. Oh, so this is a little big. They are opting. He's not necessarily using his player mastery to its greatest effect, right? You're noticing that there is a Shrine Maiden with a +8, and there's also a +7 for the Bard on Jaedong and Rao Ching. So he is opting instead to get the quick cast on the Bard. And look at this Bard ultimate getting really big. Look at how long he's just sitting there dancing and playing his tune, but it's losing a lot of effectiveness based on the fact that the Lancer ultimate is happening at the same time. And now 8-8, everybody's coming back, but the desync is there, and the Plague Doctor ultimate is going to continue to desync the members over here on the side of Okami. And now with an 8-kill difference, only 20 seconds left to go, and the fact that there is not a difference, there's not a counter desync really coming through, the poison ticking down and continuing to find a desync does mean, like it looks like, Pathfinder is going to take this first set, or not this first set, but this first game round. Man, it is really hard to decide what terms to use for these kind of things. It's going to be a pretty dominant 10-kill advantage for Pathfinder after our very first bout between these two guys. Feels like a round. I want to call it a round, right? Because using like the fighting game terminology from what we saw previously, it is the kind of thing where it's like, round one, fight, right? So we are going to be switching sides. Blue team does have, kind of an extra ban, as we've said, and Ogre has been very, very strong. It's very, very warping. Cook is a necessary ban from red side. You cannot give that over as first pick to the side of blue team because as we've seen, it just fits anywhere. You can pick any kind of combination that you want. It's been really impactful. So Plague Doctor coming through, Shield Bearer actually going to be the ban coming out right now for Pathfinder. A little bit surprising. We've also seen very different prioritization. Poison Dart Hunter is kind of one of the things that a lot of people have looked at because there is a couple of key combinations. Plague Doctor Vampire, it's not available. What was the other combination? It wasn't Lancer, it was Archer plus Dual Blader. Pretty good historically, because Archer steps back, gets that micro stun onto somebody, and then you combine it with the fact that Dual Blader comes through, and instead, wow, Pathfinder sees that both these champions are still available, and instantly gonna lock them after the Necromancer comes through. I'm a little bit worried, guys. I'm a little bit worried right now that we are going to see things come through rather quickly. And I do see some Korean in chat. So hello, Hongsunu 518. Your boy did quite well because I'm assuming you're here to root on Pathfinder. He did end up taking the eventual champion to a game 5. He's now looking to be in a pretty strong spot as the Bard ban comes through. It feels more like a player read than necessarily a meta read to me. Now, what bans do you actually want to come through? I think Lancer makes a lot of sense here. Fighter's not bad. Archer's not bad. Anything with crowd control makes a bit of sense to me, just because you want to limit the effectiveness of Dual Blader. I know Pathfinder will win. Pathfinder has been very impressive thus far throughout the day. Unfortunately, he ran into the champion in the semifinals, which does mean he's now currently playing for 3rd place. And we see the combination that Supreme mentioned coming through, Dual Blader plus Archer. it's kind of difficult to actually play from this, right? There's already 2 forms of crowd control. I wonder if like you have to play an exorcist to make this work as Okami. He's one of the best Korean players. Man, I have to imagine there's probably a lot of Korean Teamfight Manager players, right? Because I know Team Samoyed, the developers, are in Korea. I'd kind of be curious to know, like, if there are tournaments that are happening in Korea already, because that would be really fun if there was like a international thing. Okay, Exorcist does come through, and hey guys, we got our Boomerang Hunter. We were talking about this. This is one of the characters that nobody has played throughout the tournament, so now we have seen every single character in Teamfight Manager picked at least once. There it is. Okami's listening. He's like, yep, I'm doing it. Gotta bring it through. Okay, so I'm a bit surprised. I feel like Pathfinder is shaken Okami a little bit. I don't know if shaken is the right word, but you know, Okami is definitely playing this more for fun in some regards at this point because it hasn't necessarily been close. And so we'll see if we can like hive mind this. There are a few online leagues running already. I mean, I know that people in this group have already talked about this, but I've not seen anywhere where there's been like an English conversation about how to play this game online, right? Like I've talked to a couple people individually, but I wonder if the subreddit is popular. Reddit.com/r/teamfightmanager. It's not particularly active. Yeah, most of the things are a couple weeks old. So hosting a league tonight with 10 players. That's pretty cool, Flaxton. I honestly I wish I could find I wish I could do more with this game, right? I really enjoy like watching it. Just because it's a very fascinating game. And there's like just a lot to think about. But if people are interested in this, like maybe we can get like a streamed series going for this kind of stuff. We do see Pathfinder picking up game 1 here over Okami Kenji. So as I put that into the bracket, we do see a 1. Oh, 1. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. We do see a 1-0 lead already coming out. Yeah, thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad this is running very smoothly. Yeah, you're good, Kate Dad. At this point, we're mostly just vibing, I think. All right, so Hongsun, what do you mean it's an issue for the online community? Is it just hard to do? Is it like gambling laws? Is it just, you know, nobody's willing to do it on their own yet? Because I can see all those things being big reasons why it hasn't necessarily taken off. It's also just like, it's an indie game. It's hard for any kind of indie game to get a ton of traction. Oh. Yeah, it was a very, very close set between Pathfinder and Supreme. Oh, thank you, Flaxton. I think you are the first person who has ever given me bits because I haven't been doing a lot of streams ever since I hit affiliate. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Pathfinder is a pretty, I don't know, he's really good. I kind of wish I could talk to him, but I know he doesn't have a microphone. So I would be curious if there are Korean events. I want to watch them and see if they're different, right? Because there is an interesting thing where even in the exact same game, there's different perceptions, and I feel like this game is relatively simple compared to like League of Legends or Dota or any other kind of MOBA where people are just trying to figure things out. But there's also a lot of play like after you get the champions. Whereas in this game, it's relatively simple, so people are just picking their things. They're excited to play the game, and because you don't have a lot of control over what happens in the game, it's not quite as there's not as much complexity to it, or maybe not as much depth because you aren't controlling it. I feel like it's still reasonably complex. I don't know. I enjoy it nonetheless. So, thank you to Team Samoyed for coming up with this game. All right. Into our second game match set of the day. Let's see. Anything surprising coming through? So Pathfinder, it's got piercing spear, hidden or rage and hidden potential on profit. It's pretty big. Fast runner is nice. The Mother Teresa isn't. It's good in. Oh, is everything okay? I know Pathfinder was mentioning some issues with games previously. So Okami, you can probably try and invite him again because I know you were listening earlier. Is there any sound going to the stream other than me talking? Do you want to put on like some like music? Yes. So something non-copyright, right? So we can watch us back later. So I don't get copyright stricken. TOS. But yeah. So I am planning to do more of these tournaments in the future in like a couple weeks. I don't know exactly when, but I'm going to be traveling soon. Nice. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see the difference between these two. Okay. Somebody pinging me. Oh, sounds like we are getting a bit of a bug between the two players. Oh. So sounds like Okami got the bug where he was not able to walk in his roster. Did a patch literally just come out? Oh my gosh, a patch literally just came out. All right, okay. So there's a very small patch. Let's see if there is a update. So as of oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. So a patch came out like during the middle of their last game. So let's see. The AI for pick and ban has been improved. So, as you get higher up in skill level in the campaign, it changes. A league icon bug was fixed. A bug that prevented access to the lobby, so multiplayer bug fix. There is a bug fix about recruitment time. It looks like multiplayer leagues. Fixed a bug where recruitment didn't work properly in multiplayer. Fixed a bug where franchise star achievements did not work properly. So it looks like this is all. It looks like none of this actually affects the tournament whatsoever, right? It doesn't look like it actually affects any of the champions. It's all the same. Yeah. That would be pretty funny. All right. Well, while we wait for them to get back into the lobby. Oh, they're already in the draft. All right. I'm going to grab a snack real quick because it's been a while since I've eaten. So give me like 2 seconds. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I am here. I have some peppermints, which is exciting. All right. Okay. All right. We're almost done, guys. All right. We are. I guess this is our last set, right? So as long as we don't get bugs, we will probably finish up rather quickly. I'm kind of curious, right? Like we heard Supreme say that he really likes Dual Blader plus Archer is kind of like one of his go-to things, and then Plague Doctor plus Vampire as kind of his other go-to. So, I'm curious if there are other combos that you guys think are like really, really top tier broken, and there's other things that you think are good. Because for me, when this game first came out, I was all about like Plague Doctor plus Berserker. Like when this game was new, right? And there weren't as many characters that were in the game. We've already seen the finals, actually. Hongsun. Supreme beat Elusive Hunter in the finals, and we did it in the other order because Elusive Hunter had to leave for work. So we wanted to make sure that he was able to play. But I mean, it's interesting. Pathfinder definitely likes PDH, like Poison Dart Hunter, more than Supreme, right? There aren't a lot of people who have been like first picking Poison Dart Hunter, but he's banning Executioner Devil to allow himself to play these styles. And it's a big difference, right? We're seeing now that the Dual Blader plus like Lancer plus Archer is just a very strong combination. But we're also seeing, like, I feel like we've seen almost this exact draft come through before between these guys. Okay, so the ninja. I really like all of this composition. I'm just not sure that the ninja is it, right? And I'm not sure in future tournaments if I'm supposed to change that or not. Yeah, exactly. Supreme, the guy who beat Pathfinder, ended up winning the tournament. Right? Like, am I supposed to make changes to champions in order to like do balance? Because I feel like that's makes it really hard to practice, and it also changes the game a little bit. True. Yeah. Pathfinders versus Supreme was very, very close. Very close. And Supreme actually like reverse swept it. Pathfinder won the first two, and then Supreme won the next three. So, I mean, right now Pathfinder is looking quite strong up against Okami. Right, and to his credit, right, like Okami is losing, but he's not losing that badly, right? Like he's very clearly losing, but I've seen much more dominant losses even throughout the rest of this tournament. And Okami got this game yesterday. Yeah, true. One kill difference can be down to luck. So the fact that Okami is like still in this tournament, it's still pretty impressive because he has not had this game for very long. Which is part of why I'm glad of like we're doing this stream, just because we can show more people this game because it is really cool. It's just really entertaining to watch. Okay. I'm noticing a big pattern in the way that Pathfinder is banning. Right. Cook, Executioner, Devil. Cook, Executioner, Devil. So that plus Dual Blader is gonna be my guess. No, it's gonna be the Knight instead. I feel like you have to pick Dual Blader or Bandit now if you're going to be playing as Okami, right? Plague Doctor, Lancer, Poison Dart Hunter, Archer. That's interesting, right? Because on the one hand, like it's a very, very strong take all comers kind of composition. Like you can play that against almost anything, and it'll do fine. So that generally means that like in practical drafts, that is very, very strong. But I wonder if you could come up with something that exactly counters that. And if you could do it in such a way that you can win off of it. Because I like all the individual pieces. Right? Every single one of those characters I think is really strong. But I'm not sure, like, I'm not seeing, like, the synergy coming through. So right now, again, like, I really like two of Okami's characters. I really like the Poison Dart Hunter. I really like the Dual Blader. But, Dual Blader has no crowd control, right? Dual Blader doesn't have an ability. Right, you need crowd control elsewhere, and so the only other crowd control that exists on the team is the taunt that Shieldbearer has. So we will get to see Dual Blader use the ability once, maybe twice the entire time. But Pyro's doing work. But that's part of the problem, right? Devil just like changes the position, and suddenly the back lane is the front line, and that can be really rough. But just being able to throw down that little golem is really helpful. Pathfinder smart, banning Lancer, taking Lightning Mage and Devil. Yeah. Oh, that's a big ult too. Shield Bearer just annihilated there. Oh, oh. Dual Blader didn't get any ultimates off. Yeah, for sure. Archer, Knight, Lancer, Fighter was available. Yeah. All right, that's true. Yeah, you can just pick all the crowd control yourself. Yeah, No, you're right. Now that I'm thinking about it out loud, it was really, really strong. So that is going to be another 2-0 in favor of Pathfinder. Let me update the bracket real quick. And let me link this real quick in Twitch chat for anybody who's just coming through here. Technically, in the rules, Okami, it is supposed to be a best of 5, but if you want to call it, that's up to you. I can't force you to continue playing. All right, there you have it then. It does look like Okami. Again, he got this game yesterday. Has just started playing. Got 4th in the tournament. Um. Yeah. All right. Well, that's about it then. We're gonna be wrapping up here pretty quick. All right. Well, everyone, that's it. That was as far as I know, the world's first Teamfight Manager Tournament. There might be somewhere else that's done it, but this is the first one that I have ever heard of. So I want to congratulate some of our winners. We have Supreme in first, taking down THX Fish, Flaxton, who's still in chat, DTS, Pathfinder in a nail biting series, and then Elusive Hunter Cole from Evil Geniuses in a much more dominant series. Second place, we got Elusive Hunter,